Welcome to session number 41 of Tears of the Kingdom. We are here at the Riverside Stable? I think it is, Riverside Stable. And we were en route to getting ferry number 3 yesterday. We have done the requirements, I think, for both ferry number 3 and 4, so there's going to be a little bit of back and forth as we cross over to relevant regions. We had a bit of an incident where we left the horse on a cliffside in a previous stream, and then we seem to have picked up another new investigation with Penn here before he's able to say soar along.
Oh.
The gourmets didn't send word that they weren't coming. Something's wrong. So, let's investigate. And let's see what he has to tell us. We would have to cross that bridge. Oh, probably some encampment holding them up. Possibly something is near repair, but we'll see. And we'll be looking for tents. Alright, we'd better get a horseback first of all. And possibly see what kind of materials we can stock up on around here from Beetle. We're pretty good on arrows at the moment. But we're starting to run pretty low in cash after buying tons of gear. Yeah, definitely want to get some more things like electric darters, I think. Since we're right on the verge of getting some fairy upgrades, maybe we'll just cool down on the arrows for the moment. Oh, at the same time, though, you could grab another 30 or so. But no, I think we'll slow down on those just a little bit. And we'll see, because we could require quite a few of everything. In fact, I might have considered picking up some of those thunderwing butterflies as well, but let's just get a horse. And just in case we need to drag anything, we'll keep the harnesses on. If a horse gets spooked or doesn't like where it's at, yeah. We've been to the village. Everything's fine. Let's see where we can go. So we need to head over to the bridge and investigate. And just get a sense of what the holdup is with all the gourmets who are apparently on their way over. So let's find out. Everything looking fine and dandy over here, but we don't quite know that for a fact yet. And oh, there are the tents. That's what we're looking for. Let's see what the associated problem is. They might have a bit of a stomachache. Don't improvise. Well, I guess we'll have to fix them up. It looks like they've been thrown off by a bit of misdirection once again. Always followed a recipe. Not around here we don't. What, they expect me to? Follow instructions, quest logs, anything like that? Not on our stream. Netcat, I think Claire may be down today. At least, Claire was down earlier when I checked, so... I would love to see the AI answer to the candle problem. 10 candles stand burning in a dining room. A strong breeze blows in through an open window and extinguishes 2 of them. Check back on the candles later, you see one more candle's gone out. Oh, I see. Okay. Yeah. I'm looking at that and trying to figure out the trick in the wording, if there is any. But raw meat, Highland rice, and rock salt. Well, why don't we just cook it for them and then feed it to them? I think we have everything that we need. Get some rice and rock salt. There we go. This is actually a question from Professor Layton. Okay, I didn't know that. I haven't played that series. It has come pretty highly recommended to me. So how do I feed it to them or give it to them, or what else do we need to do here? Oh, there we go. We'll feed them the proper meal. That's how to do it properly. Much better. James D, welcome. And you ran into her once. So, you know, part of this may be intentional misdirection, and part of it is just everybody being incompetent and forgetting Princess Zelda's instructions. That's been the case with several of these camps already. So, yeah, James D, apparently Clara is now today. I checked before the stream. Sometimes, you know, if they're doing some kind of back-end software update or something, the bot gets taken down. Which is unfortunate, but maybe things will be back in order soon enough. And, oh, yeah, at least they're taking some responsibility here. You thought maybe her recipe would work well with monster parts. Someone hasn't been playing Breath of the Wild. Yeah, because Netcat, I guess the answer to that riddle would be completely independent of whether the candles are burning or not. Because if... Well, I mean, it depends on how long you've left the other candles burning, right? Because shouldn't it be 3? Because the candles that have been blown out don't melt down. The candles that do continue to burn all melt down, so... You know, if you just let time run indefinitely, it should be 3. Yeah. And that's why we solve puzzles backwards around here. We use valuable ingredients to save us from ourselves. And, okay, we just get a refund. Except we get better meat, so... I think the question was worded just fine. It's meant to trick you into trying to subtract down to 7 without thinking about the logic behind whether candles are left standing, right? You basically have to take the negation of it. I mean, half the challenge with riddles like that is just, you know, keeping track of where you are in the sentence carefully. It's much more about that than anything mathematical. Anyway, this should be number 10 when it comes to the stable quests. There we go, 10 of the stories. And we'll get paid. Sorla? Yeah, that's the thing, James D, is that it's ambiguous about how long you leave the candles burning. It is ambiguous about that. Anyway, did we ever check the stump? I think this was a Korok in the first game. Don't know if it is here. Because I don't think we had been here yet. Throwing spear. I feel like I'm supposed to maybe take this out. See, there's a Korok. Somewhere nearby. I guess not. I like how you can continue to make the spear stand up, though. Oh! Oh yeah, we have done this, okay. We have come here before. Alright, let's see. Do we need to go back to the Riverside Stable for anything? I don't think we do. So we are going to just cross over the bridge again and then try to make our way over to the Fairy Fountain. That's the thing I wanted to do at the end of the last stream. We will, of course, have to do some kind of big sell-off to afford any upgrades, but we'll see what the pricing is like when we get there. Because I'm starting to get a little broke now. Oh. Do we have any cheap weapons I can use against this? I guess. Yeah, the golden horse. The horse that laid the golden eggs, except horses don't do that kind of thing. I've been using the golden horse a lot ever since I got it. The stamina is a bit low, but the speed is the fastest that I've found so far. That's the nice thing about this horse. And you can upgrade the stats on the horses in this game, it's just that we don't have materials for it yet because it's very heavy in cooking materials to get that done, so... Anyway, let's just continue and go on a ride. That looks like it might be another Battle Talus platform or something. That's okay, we'll see. Someone with a CC hat. Gotta be careful. Let's wear the Yiga costume. Just to see what she says. Hey, hello. Try Lookout Landing. We've never been there. Okay, not actually a secret enemy. Lookout Landing? Why would we possibly want to go there? Hopefully you can find a purple horse like in the Wizard of Oz. Why don't I remember a purple horse from the Wizard of Oz? I mean, there are green horses in the Emerald City. Unless you're talking about something that's much deeper in the series, which I used to know. I actually did know the original 14 books by L. Frank Baum quite well when I was young. which is much deeper than most people ever go. Obviously, I was deeply familiar with the MGM film from 1939, but also picked up quite a bit of Wizard of Oz early on from the 1980s Japanese animated adaptation. No, it's in the Emerald City. I'm pretty sure the horse has to be green. Because the whole idea is there is that everything is green, except in the original books, you know, they get more commit to the idea that everything is just an illusion, where the Emerald City looks green because the wizard makes everybody wear green glasses when they're in the vicinity. Obviously, that wouldn't do for one of the most lavish presentations of Technicolor photography in the early days of full color cinema. It's funny because one of the most often misreported factoids is a lot of people saying that they thought the first color live-action film was The Wizard of Oz, although, you know, live-action films in color had been around for quite a few years before that. Simply because the moment with... Wow, we've got some nice bows. The moment with Dorothy emerging into Oz is so well remembered. As you know, one of those legendary shots of classic cinema. And alright, we'll fight you. We'll fight you both. Let me ice this guy first. Oh, come on. I said let me ice this guy first. There we go. Now we'll fight the other one. With something... Oh, we'll beat him up with one of his friends. That's the way to do it. Yeah. There we go. We'll do the same to this guy. I've actually got decent bows now. Okay. Oh, he hits pretty hard with his fists. I'm not really wearing my best armor, of course. But... Oh, broke the weapon. Let's switch to something else. Yeah, we'll put something on this sword. And this too. Toasty. Okay, broadsword, roll claymore. Let's see what we want to do. We'll keep the claymore open in case we want to put stones on it or something, but we should probably put an actual weapon attachment on the other one. And I've just been using a lot of the black boko horns just as a bit of a mid-range stopgap. You know, it gets you reasonable but inexpensive damage. That cat. Oh, yes, that's right. The horse does shift colors. That's right. It shifts colors between shots. I remember now. It's in the Emerald City entry sequence. That's right. No, I don't think The Wizard of Oz was required reading for me. I definitely was reading it just of my own volition by that age. And I was well exposed to it from many angles. Like I said, by both the original MGM film as well as the Japanese adaptation that actually goes much deeper into the Frank Baum series. What was I going to change into? Doesn't particularly matter. Let's just put on something decent. Like maybe, where did my Zora clothes go? Yeah, there we go. Put on the CC hat, just to be stylish. I only got into this fight in the first place because I wanted to. Snipe off a couple of these guys for eyeballs. Seriously? Missed at this range? There we go. James D, the Wizard of Oz starts in black and white, but a whole big reveal in it is that it's actually a color film when she leaves Kansas. That's a it's a major Technicolor production from that period. It wasn't something that was converted or colorized or anything like that. It was actually shot in color. But the first act of the film is in black and white when Dorothy is in Kansas. Let me just go for a zap reshoot here. Blow this guy up. Yeah, I know it pretty well, although apparently not well enough to remember the color of the horse. But that's also very much my period when it comes to film history, so... Well, I mean, you see, 1939 is one of the... It's reputed as one of the real banner years for classic Hollywood. Mostly on the strength of films like The Wizard of Oz and Gone with the Wind, although... I mean, for a number of reasons that are, I guess, social, cultural, I guess. Gone with the Wind has kind of fallen off in prominence in recent years because... You know, I think people are a little more embarrassed about it nowadays or something, although it is a pretty magnificent film in formal terms. And also just this beautifully lavish production. Anyway, we are here. Let's get the band back together. Look at that. And we also got the drummer going at the same time, right? Didn't we? Yeah, the drummer's over here. So we got the whole band back together. And then we're going to have them play for the ferry. The music is fantastic too. I have a little bit of a beef, by the way, with people who totally ruin the song Over the Rainbow, because it's apparently this thing nowadays, and has been with some popular recordings from the past 10 or 20 years, that people absolutely wreck the song. Because it's just one of the wonderful show tunes of the 1930s. Beautifully composed, and people who attempt it nowadays just make a total mess of it. Anyway. And yeah, so it acknowledges that you rescued two of them at the same time. Next to you, Beats and Piper came back. And I kind of wonder now what the dialogue is like if you just rescue all four before you check in. I bet it does acknowledge that as well, with different lines for what you do. Yeah, this seems like it's something that's kind of dynamic when it comes to the dialogue, so let's take a quick shot of it, because it'll be interesting to see what other lines people have seen, just probably with the names replaced. And yeah, I'm sure it also just kind of slots this into the dialogue as well. Beats his precise rhythm and Piper's airy melodies. Depending on your order for putting the band back together, it probably replaces them with the appropriate strings for the other characters. And yeah, you notice this game has different lines and areas are even different depending on the quest. Yeah. Breath of the Wild was very responsive like that as well. I remember it's essential for signature sound. The stable gallopers. Which means they're going to take everything much too fast. Anyway, we put the whole band back together. 5 thank yous from the 5 of us. Let everyone in the world be awash in sweet, soothing music. And yes, of course we want the Great Fairy. The road has been blocked by some rocks that tumbled out of the sky. I guess we just moved them. Or we just pick up your cart. Breezer, the indispensable 6th member of our troop. Well, let's think about removing all this. Or if horses can't get past it, well, there are a couple of solutions here. And we can attach it to the car, because this will be an all-terrain vehicle. In fact, I'm pretty sure that's going to be the solution here. Let's check the wheel orientation, make sure that's correct. So I remember the cave that was lit up and full of mushrooms. So I think I know what that is now, James D. Because I did encounter a side quest with NPCs who seem like they want to head there. Let me see if I can find that. Who finds the haven? So it doesn't tell you where this is, but I feel like the implication is that this quest is the one that takes you to Mushroom Cave. Because yeah, I felt like that was maybe something quest activated. The other thing that I now suspect might be quest activated is the cave under the ancient columns where we fought the Flame Gleeok. If I can find my map somewhere. It's somewhere here. I think it is this. It's okay. Oh, no, that's the Yiga point. Let me find it. Yeah, because we fought the ancient columns, right, the Gleeok over here. There was something that was clearly marked by the Lord of the Mountain as a cave entrance, but it's currently blocked off. So, you know, theory 1 is you need the Flame Gleeok to dump a meteor on it or something. Theory 2 is maybe it's locked away by a quest. Or I have to ascend there from underneath or something, but I haven't figured that out yet. But yeah, I figured that it was that mushroom quest as soon as I saw it. We just haven't had an opportunity to go back there yet. Also, we have no wheels on this thing either. Maybe I'm supposed to scavenge these wheels. Or if horses can't go up, wait a minute, then why don't we just put the control stick on their wagon and drive it that way? Because yeah, we need to put wheels in this anyhow. And we'll just turn it into an all-terrain vehicle. If we've angled it somewhat correctly. Instead of attaching it to the wheels themselves. Yeah, this is not great, but we'll fix it. Oh, with the control stick on it as well. Whoa, what? Well, let me see, because I'm sure I can just tell them to all get in the wagon at some point, and as long as we don't spill them all out, we're fine. We'll put a little driver's seat over here. Bit off center. That's gonna bother me. I'm sure we can do that a little bit better here. Yeah, marginally. Let's get some of this out of the way. Alright, power steering. They're gonna break it anyway by their next adventure. Get in, I'll handle it. Where we're going, we don't need roads. James D, yeah. I do have to line things up. And unfortunately, the attachment system in this game isn't... I mean, gradually you kind of develop a sense of where the attachment points are going to be and how they are limited. But I actually kind of wish in some ways it were more explicitly grid-like. There we go, look at that. Alright, nobody follow the car. Oh, we're gonna take it in. Bumpy ride. You're falling out? No, you're not. No, you're not. You're doing okay. They're gonna be puking into their instruments by the time I finish with this. But we made it. Great Fairy, we're here. This was a fun one. I'm glad it's not just tugging on wood horse every time, but that you actually have to adapt. And we get to hear the full band. Oh, totally missed the group shot. That's okay. We'll get this instead. Male 64. Welcome. Just gonna screenshot this like crazy. Mostly I just want to screenshot the ferry, of course, just to kind of timestamp when we collected each of them. But this is going to be number 3 for us, and we've already fulfilled the condition for number 4, so we'll do that next. Anyway, let's see what the upgrade costs are. I think they'll be immense. I think we won't afford nearly everything that I want to upgrade, but we'll see what we can do and maybe get some tier 3 armor going. I didn't know she'd be so shiny. Well, she is. It's too much for these pockets to handle. Okay, it's not more food. But more rupees. Yeah, I'm sure there's some flexibility to the ordering as long as you get the correct instrument available in the right place. However, it didn't let me do Dueling Peak Stable first before this one because the band just wasn't present. So maybe there is a prescribed order of where they travel, but I'm not sure. Alright, what do we got in our pockets? Well, first of all, let's get some of the low tier stuff up. But yeah, we're not going to have enough Sneaky River Snail for the whole set, but we don't really need this stealth set as a priority anyway because we have so much other stealth clothing. We probably do want some of the frequent stuff like the Froggy set for sure. And yeah, the Royal Guard set gets expensive. Look at that. Really expensive, in fact. Because that's going to be a high defense element. Also, this is starting to get really expensive too. It's eating up all my star fragments. But then I think that's in line with the fact that it's one of the returning pieces that used to be amiibo gear. And I think all of the amiibo gear in the first game also soaked up star fragments like crazy. So I kind of feel like I should hold off until I either A, have more fragments, or B, see whether star fragments are required for any tier 4 upgrades I really need. Sand boots. Oh, we can afford that, which is great. Snow boots, we can afford that too. We have just enough rushrooms to do both, in fact. So I think we will do both. We use those all the time. We will need more cash. We have enough radiant. Yeah, okay, let's do the low-hanging fruit first. Let's just do the cheap stuff and get it up and running. I'm low on rupees now. Mill64, amiibo apparently give you something different in this game. A lot of the pieces that were amiibo pieces in the first game, I have already found independently. So we found the Wind Waker pajamas, like the lobster shirt, and we found Sheik's mask. And so I think there are a lot of returning pieces that are not amiibo tied. Maybe the amiibo also give them to you, but I'm not sure. I think they reputedly give you something else. I don't have my amiibo on me, so I can't tell. But because my Toon Link and 8-bit Link amiibo are currently in a different place. Yeah, let's get some tier 2 sets going. Amiibos give you costumes still. Okay, I see. Well, you're able to find some pieces independently. Maybe not all, I'm not really sure. But... yeah, I heard they give you patterns for the glider. Paraglider? What's that? We have about 7 of the in-game skins of the glider at this point, but still no glider, so. I kind of want to make sure I can see what the different tier 2 sets are for a lot of this stuff, so we'll enhance a few things at least to level 2 first. And then we'll see what we need when it comes to material costs for anything else. Would have been nice, for instance, to get something like the... we don't have enough for the mining set, do we? Oh, because you need deep fireflies. Okay, so we'll need to collect lots of deep fireflies next time we're in the depths. Because we have everything else for this. Anyway, let's complete a few more. And yeah, these take up eyeballs like crazy. Frostbite set, is this currently on tier 1? Oh, we're short on butterflies, that's right. That's why. Okay. Let me see what we can do. Yeah, froggy leggings. Okay, we'll get these pieces up and running in advance of getting the third one. James D. Yeah, of course, Mail64. I went to the depths. I'll show you in just a moment. We're planning to go back fairly soon, so I'll get a chance to show you pretty soon. Oh, we don't have enough luminous stone now because I sold off so much of it. That's okay, we'll worry about the radiant set later then. Let's get this up. And yeah, James Z, I don't have the camera yet because I never went to look at landing, so We'll eventually have to get it to fill in a few quests, but we'll worry about that when the time comes. Kind of want to see what the bonus for the desert set is, or whether it's the same as last time. But we'll find that out. And yeah, we're broke right now, so we'll at least take care of the things that are blocked by gold or by money right now. And then, yeah, we're almost certainly not able to afford any tier 4 upgrades yet, but I do want to get sand boots and snow boots running at the very least. And so let's get some money going, because I'm wearing those in combat all the time. Let's sell a few things off, but not too many, because, again, as I found with Luminous, we were already overselling some gems. Oh, anyway, so, Mill64, you were asking about the depths. My depths map currently looks like this. We found out, by accident, actually, because for the longest time I wasn't going to the depths because I didn't know how the fall would go. We actually found out that there are a few designated places in the overworld where you can fall safely into water. And that it's not just something that you have to guess, it is actually clearly marked as being different than the other kinds of depths entrances. So far I've found at least 3 of these entrances, and some of them go into the zones that I haven't visited yet, so I do know that it's possible to go to the northwest and southeast, for instance, using another safe fall into water. And I've located that already, and we're going to do that at some point. There is one location so far, possibly 2, where I did have to have a ferry on hand because I had to take a hard landing and basically survive fall damage. Because, whoops. Actually, there are probably multiple locations like that that I'm aware of. So for those we've been getting around with the ferry, because there are a few locations where I have to take a hit. But we know where they are. And yeah, here's the map. We've taken a picture of this before, I'm pretty sure. I've visited most of these at this point. Not the central one. That is probably my Lookout Landing, obviously, but I've seen many of the other trees. If not all of them. So yeah, we'll eventually... I think I haven't gone to this one yet. But I haven't really been playing around with the mountain yet over there. I think we have found the others at this point, though. Although my mapping system has not been good about marking that. That is a map of cherry blossom trees, yes. Anyway. Let's make sure... I gotta cool off a bit on buying arrows all the time, because we've got a decent stash for now, and I am a little broke for what I actually want to start selling off. We could sell off some meals too, but let's, for the moment, try to see what I can pawn off. We've been pawning off too many gems. Obviously we can't sell Luminous anymore. We can also roll 100 of these or so for 1,000 in that one place we discovered, but other things I'm reluctant to spend until we have seen more material costs. So maybe we can sell off a bunch of flint. It's not going to be worth that much, though. Maybe some more opal and amber for the time being. And we'll regret it later, but we'll do lots of mining, I'm sure, so... because we'll be doing a lot of luminous, sorry, not luminous, but zonite mining once we are in the depths. In fact, that is my main reason for going back down there. Yeah, the thing is, in this game, you have so many more options for starting campfires and such that I haven't used flint for anything. But there is a place that I found where you can get a better conversion rate for selling them off. It's a little bit of a gambling mechanic, but I think the expected value works out better than selling the flint directly. Anyway, we can probably sell off some more of these. Let's just go this. Hopefully we don't need too many of these for the time being, like 30 a piece for some gear. But that's okay, we know how to get more. Wow! And yeah, I don't want to sell off the expensive parts yet. Or any of the construct parts. Alright, let's enhance at least a few more pieces. We can come back and forth and sell more as we need. But I need to see what ingredients I need to stay away from when it comes to selling things off, so let's go back there first. You defeated your first Lionel? Yeah, I haven't fought too many of them, mostly because I'm very fragile. But I have defeated a few. I find they're still quite tough in many cases, but that's because, you know, in the first game I was using things like riding updrafts very heavily when fighting them, and obviously I can't do that here. But yeah, we're starting to get more comfortable with taking them out. Either avoid any hit or tank them, exactly. Anyway, let's see what we can do. We can only really afford one of these. This is already kind of a tier 2, but... Okay, so priority should be to sand boots and snow boots. Let's do that. It'll eat up all of my rushroom. Then once we unlock the 4th ferry, we can see what materials we're missing for getting them all the way up. I guess it's not urgent to use these because I won't be using them in the depths, but I use them so often everywhere else that I do want them running. Yeah, I did a lot of the Flurry Rush play in the first game as well. I've actually done remarkably little Flurry Rushing in this game, but that's because I've kind of been underusing my shields in combat. I haven't really been doing much shield-based play in this game. So. Aracuda eyeballs is expensive, but yeah, we'll take it. Yes. Let's maybe get these up to tier 2 just to see what the set bonus is. I'm not going to upgrade everything yet, but with these sets I want to get some things up to tier 3 just so we can see the tier 4 materials afterwards. Sunset Firefly, yeah, we're way down on those. We can't actually upgrade these by now. But yeah, the thing about Lionel fights, even in the first game, is that they can be very terrain dependent. We might as well get this now. Expensive, but worthwhile if we need high armor. And we're starting to reach the point where I'm very rupee limited, but I'll try to get at least a few samples. Also, yeah, we're out of gold again, so or out of rupees rather. We got Tingle's shirt, unfortunately. Interestingly enough, the pieces that were formerly the amiibo pieces and are cosmetic, you can't enhance them, but you can enhance Sheik. And I'm pretty sure that if you find some of the other amiibo sets, I think those may be like that in the first game as well, where some of them you can upgrade with star fragments and some of them you can't. Yeah, Dark Tunic you can't. And the Monster Mask you can't. And some of the cosmetic stuff like the wonderful CC hat. You can't do it there either. But let's get at least one of these up so we know how many Illuminists we need for the next tier after that. Yeah, so we're missing fireflies. We can get more fireflies now, it's not a huge problem. We just gave so many of them away earlier to one of the NPCs. Let's say we do like Radiant Shirt or something. You could upgrade all the amiibo costumes, but not the DLC ones. Right, that's right. I've been firing away at everything. I've been fighting so many things with archery in general in this run. Okay, so now you can see that for tier 3 you need more luminous anyway, so we won't be able to see that. Gibdo bones, we've got plenty of those. Now basically we don't want to overspend guts. Let's see some of these set bonuses maybe. RT Bass, that's going to be hard to come by. And yeah, we'll eventually screenshot some of the material costs, so I don't know what to say about it, but Hot-footed frog, that's where we bought it. Sticky frog, we're in an okay place. And will be once we get the last froggy piece. And winter wing on these guys. Let's upgrade one more here so we can see. Probably it's going to be Darner and Large Zonai after that, so let's maybe do the headdress. Or, actually no, let's make these complementary. And any user upgrades time, not for long because we are out of cache materials. Yeah, Male 64, but a nice thing about Lionel's is that regardless of when you fight them, you trade up so quickly in terms of getting your weapons really up to date as soon as you defeat one. Anyway, let's get a little bit more cash here. I bet it's something like 1,000 or something for the last tier. It'll be something crazy expensive. But right now we have several pieces that are fully upgraded that are... Oh, not fully upgraded, but like tier 3 that are all boots. Also, isn't this one of the wells that just gives me more fairies? Do I have fairies in my bag right now? Let's check. Because I need to get more. Or we go down to the depths and take tons of fall damage. Can't see anything in my bag. Let's just have this over stuff. Yeah, I think we will go down and we'll try to get more. So. There we go. Let's not scare all of them away by slipping into the water or something. And hey, we can get more luminous down here too, which is great because then we can get some of those upgrades going. Once again. Yeah, I sold off way too much luminous stone. Not knowing how much I would need for the radiant set. Which we should have remembered from the last game that it is actually expensive. I'm not necessarily even going to use that set anyway, but... you come down here, please? Come on. I don't know if they're affected by stealth clothing. Things we still have to intuit in this game after so long. There we go. Okay, let's break something. And then probably get some more lizards if we can. Whoop. No. Let's just send out of here. Yeah, stealth clothing usually makes it easier to approach anything. Yeah, so this stuff we're good on right now, but we'll probably need to shop at some of the other locations. I haven't been very good about catching bugs. We've mostly just been buying them up. If anything, we're oversupplied in stealth clothing. Let me see if I can... Oh, yes, I was going to try out a set bonus. Shock damage resist. Right, I guess if you're fighting electric Lizalfos in a desert or something, that's actually useful. Because if you go with the Snow Coal set, for instance, that's unfreezable. We're missing some parts for Flamebreaker here. What I really want to get is the Froggy set, but we need to do more stables to do that. Oh yes, and I was going to upgrade the Glide Tights if I can. We don't have that many other tier 2 sets yet, nor can we really afford them. Also, yeah, I need to sell off a few more things before I come back up here. Let me do that. You sold your Glide shirt, so now you have to buy it from ZZ, yeah. I never sold off my clothes because I'm building the collection anyway, but in the short term, maybe it does make sense to sell off some of the early unused pieces and just buy them back in endgame. Just so you can, you know, get critical upgrades going. But I'm more blocked by materials right now than I am by cash. And will remain so until I go down to the depths for more. I'm pretty sure. Speaking of which, let's find the beetle. Sell some things. Yeah, we need to get more into cooking for profit, I think, but we'll sort that out some other time. Because I haven't really figured out some of the material costs yet in terms of what's most efficient. And I don't want to look anything up, obviously, so... So yeah, we'll keep Luminous in place. The other gems, we know that for the Divine Helms we need... what, 5 pieces for tier 1 and 2, and then it'll get probably more expensive after that. So we'll find ourselves short on gems at some point. Maybe I can just afford to sell off a diamond. I don't know. We've been kind of hoarding them. Let's see. I mean, we'll be doing more mining because we'll be going back to the Goron zone much later. And I wonder if there are other parts like guts that are a bit more expendable, but a little harder to come by, I guess. Let me take a look at what we have. That is plentiful. Yeah, maybe more of these fangs. Like some of about 20 each. We know how to get more. And hopefully we don't need tons of them for upgrades afterwards. What's this? Horrible Claw, yeah. Yeah, we'll sell these down a bit. Just a little bit. And let's see. Yeah, I haven't been fighting as much in the last few days, and I know that because my arrow bank is slowly starting to go up again. I basically spent down all of the arrows even just a few days ago, and now I'm up to about 500 or so because I've been buying them up like crazy every time I get a chance. But again, I'm building up a stash specifically so we can spend a good long session in the depths. Okay. We should maybe upgrade one of these just to see what the remaining cost is. We'll do that with a few of them. Just to see what the materials are like. I don't know if I want to spend my zonite charges on these ones yet. I guess I should, because then we'll see what the rest of the set is like. Anyway, skydive we definitely want. We wear that a lot. Except we're a little heavy on pants being all my best gear now. A flamebreaker set. Yes, smother wings. Let's do this. Weird cutscene, do you think so? It's like the one in the previous game. Did I get to the skies often? Let me show you the map. After I enhance a few clothes, I'll show you the map. Yeah. We'll see about some of these. Yeah, Lizalfo's tails are going to be a big roadblock as usual. We'll take a look at the stealth mask here. I would assume that even once I unlock the last fairy, I probably can't afford a single piece for next tier of upgrades, but we'll worry about that later. Yeah, climbing gear. We don't have anywhere near this full set yet, but hang on. Let's say... Yeah, we're gonna be totally broke again. That's okay. We should prioritize the ones that are sets. Let's, get a headdress. Yeah, and for the last tier, we probably need gems. Like sapphire, ruby, and so on. Okay, we can do one more. I don't want to spend my zonite charges yet. I'm going to leave this one alone for the moment. Interestingly enough, we can actually get both pieces up. The froggy said. Not that we can afford it. But yeah, we'll go back to the Dueling Peaks stable, I think, and then get the last ferry going, so we don't need to worry about hitting every destination. Let me show you my sky map, I was saying. This is my sky map currently. As you can see, we have covered a decent number of shrines. I haven't figured out what to do yet with the Thunderhead Isles. We managed to land there, but I couldn't actually play there for very long, and I feel like there's something quest-related. Or a point that I need to reach to unlock that properly. We haven't figured that out yet. But we've done a decent number of shrines within my current range of flight paths. It's just that I'm completely out of Zonite. Like, I'm literally sitting on 0 Zonite right now, and so my ability to build vehicles is a bit limited. I kind of have to scavenge from the hearts that we see on a map. Let's collect a pony point. Just to heal up, and then we'll do some more stables. Or at least go back to Dueling Peaks for that interaction. We'll find a better route this time instead of bumping and everything. When is my stream break? Mid-July or so. I'm hoping to get what I want to do done well before then. In Tears of the Kingdom.
When the glow of the blood-stained
yeah, I'd like to,
you
know, stream this through the rest of June if I can, although I'll be busy for some things later in the month as well, and so I won't be streaming every day anymore, probably by the time we get to the end of this month. Zonite Ruins, yeah, we've been there. Because it's going to be a busy season for me soon, which is why I'm trying to cram this now. I don't know if I'll be done by then. I mean, that reminds me, I didn't even show my scorecard at the beginning of the stream. I started the stream with, 302 Koroks and 98 shrines right now. That's what we've got. And so I'll probably try to do 100% shrines and dungeons and the ending. Which, of course, would mean that at some point I'll grab the paraglider. But I'm not going to be streaming, 100% of the gear pieces and quests and so on. I really don't think I'll do that. Because that's a much longer term project than I would want to do by playing this game, a little bit here, a little bit there. Which is what I also did in Breath of the Wild. But I will at least try to stream all shrines if I can. And Dungeons main quest. Yeah, lots of farming if you want to get all the way up to 4 stars in all of your available gear, which in Breath of the Wild, I think I actually did get 4 stars in everything except the amiibo gear that required the star fragments. We were blocked by star fragments. But I was able to do everything else. Anyway. Back to the Dueling Peaks, let's go. If I can navigate there. I mean, you just go around a plateau and then head towards the peaks. Can't be that hard. You can't believe there are streamers who got 100% already. Well, I mean, there's a lot of information sharing and research and preparation that would go into that. You would not be able to do that blind. You would have to have outside information, for sure. When it comes to the routing and so on. And checklists and everything like that. for me, in general, as I discovered with Breath of the Wild, the most important thing from my experience is that I want to discover things blind. I did not look up really anything in Breath of the Wild until I was at like maybe 118 tries or so, and even so, I regretted looking things up as soon as I did. Which meant there were a few things that were trial and error, like how many hearts I needed for the Master Sword. Because I basically kept on reconfiguring and warping back to see if I had enough. Anyway, Dueling Peaks are over there. We'll just ride out. Technically, I haven't really done this route either. At least I haven't gone too far with it, so I might check a few locations, like up on that hill. Okay, I actually haven't been there. Yeah, I've found it very satisfying to catch star fragments while flying down from the air. That has been very satisfying every time it's happened. So. What have you got? We'll eventually need a lot more rush rooms and the like, I think. For the froggy set. Not the froggy set, for sand boots and snow boots. Unless it's a different item entirely for the last piece, but we'll see. Yeah, and the streamers would be going 12 hours a day. Yeah, that I totally understand. If I could, I would. I mean, it feels like I've been playing this game very, very intensely, but this is actually behind my pace for Breath of the Wild a few years ago. Oh, we got that Korok already. Really? I don't see it. Oh, okay, because I had to zoom in. No wonder. Right, we've been here. Oh, except this one we haven't done. We need to find the rock. And there we go. Reset the golf course. Yeah, as far as any percent goes, I have no idea how it works in this game, simply because, you know, in the first one, it's pretty clear. You go to Hyrule Castle, you defeat Ganon. You get that pointer right at the beginning. Here, maybe there's a similar pointer that you get early. I mean, you know, going underneath Hyrule Castle is pretty much an obvious thing to do eventually, and you have a few other places that are prominent. But, you know, as somebody going in blind, it is not obvious what the minimal route is, compared to Breath of the Wild, where it was abundantly obvious. Okay, so to go back over the north coast, we need to go up to the Owlin Bridge. Otherwise we get kind of stuck back here. Oh, right, because you have to take the Kakariko route to do that, don't you? Yeah, because otherwise you get kind of stuck on terrain over here. I remember that now. Or we could just take the easy route down to Dueling Peaks and just hop over. I think that's better. Because maybe it'll be a vehicle build for the ferry again, so... Well, let's just do it the fast way, and we'll worry about it later. Back on the Breath of the Wild tutorial route that we never took. Until very late. Yeah, the game threw curveballs at you early on, yeah. Well, we'll see. Like I said, so I have been to Hyrule Castle. I completely forgot to do a side quest that I had unlocked when I was there. But we have been to Hyrule Castle. Where we haven't been... Here's Hyrule Castle. That's Lost Woods up here. So yeah, we have been to Hyrule Castle. But where we haven't been is Lookout Landing. Mostly because I like seeing the dialogue that is at the end of each dungeon quest where the NPCs nudge you to go to Lookout Landing. So. So yeah, we'll see what happens. I mean, obviously I don't want to know anything about the ending yet, so we'll figure it out as we go. Someone who was perhaps excessively backseating was telling me a little while ago that they don't think I can do the ending without the glider. Well, we'll find out. Unless I choose to hold it for after completing all shrines, which we might. But just out of curiosity, I might actually see what we can do with the glider, without the glider rather, before that. So, we'll see. And yeah, Mail64, that's the thing, is that, you know, I've been told several times in the course of this adventure that, oh, I don't think you can do this without a glider, and on pretty much every occasion we have been able to. And in some ways, you know, I have been asked enough at this point about how I play in the depths or up in the sky. Although in the sky it's a bit more obvious because of vehicles, but, you know, I've been asked at this point by so many people, how do you get into depths, how do you get out of the depths, etc. That it's clear to me that there are certain things about this game I actually do know better than other players at this point, which often doesn't feel like the case because, you know, there has been a lot of obvious or common stuff that I've been missing. Where in some sense I feel like I know nothing about this game. And at the same time, I've seen enough that knowledge-wise I'm probably in pretty good shape next to many players when it comes to understanding what is or isn't possible, though. But yeah, shrines tend to be the hardest roadblock simply because you can't build. But everything else, if you can build and if you can use devices, alternatives usually exist. Anyway, it's just not the same. And yeah, we know all about her. We have to cross the bridge with them. That must be the challenge here, is crossing the bridge with them. And building a passage over the water. That must be how to do it. The bridge is broken. Cross the river. And we'll build a boat. And yeah. Yeah, the thing is, James, as I've been saying, I actually love the paraglider as a bit of game design. Like, I think the paraglider is one of the most clever solutions that they came up with in Breath of the Wild in terms of how to make things convenient without trivializing them excessively, like some other games have done with Flight. Where I've always had mixed feelings about open world games that trivialize their own terrain with Flight, the way that, say, you know, it was a long-standing problem in World of Warcraft. I think Xenoblade X kind of ran into that as well, where it's tons of fun to fly around in a mech, but then you realize you're no longer engaging with the terrain with quite the same level of complexity, right? And I thought the paraglider not only built off of how the Deku Leaf already worked in Wind Waker, but did so in a way that basically made a lot of sense for what this game was trying to achieve. Okay, I guess we should put this on a plank, depending on whether... Oh, please don't do anything strange. Okay. How do I load them then? You do need to load them onto Breezer and then load Breezer onto something. You can't build onto Breezer, so you have to put Breezer on top of the boat. Probably, and then... Well, we'll see how that works. Let's build the boat first. Maybe you can load a horse across as well. I don't want to drown the horse, that's the only thing. Do a good double fan for it if we can. But yeah, I actually really like the paraglider. It's just that, you know, since it was skippable, we might as well see what we can do while skipping it. I like finding out that kind of thing in playing games. So. Yeah, Mail64, having had this conversation a few times, I think what we've discussed with some people who come by on the stream is that it feels like in some ways Breath of the Wild is more open when it comes to the exploration. But in terms of the problem solving, Tears of the Kingdom is, of course, much more flexible in every other respect. The only thing is that there's a little more guidance and quite a lot more locking things behind quests in this game, I think. Breath of the Wild had a bit of it, but Tears of the Kingdom, I think, much more often has conditions that, you know, require you to go to point A first or fulfill a certain quest first or something like that. It seems to do that much more frequently. And yeah, I was actually a little disappointed that it spoon feeds you the location of the ferries. I did find 3 out of 4 by myself before that happened, but I'm actually not fond of it just, you know, giving you markers, but I always found that the whole charm of Breath of the Wild was that it does not give you map markers, it just gives you the scope and says go. But really, I mean, you know, you have to keep it in perspective. This is still so much more open than every other game in the industry that is not called Breath of the Wild, so one really shouldn't complain too much. And I love the flexibility of everything else you can do. It's just that we've had a lot of moments where, you know, I find a creative way to get to a certain point, and then we have to turn back because we didn't fulfill a certain quest condition. Kind of like how, you know, with the water temple, I was actually able to do a good chunk of the water temple. Everything up to actually having to use the sage powers. You can do it without ever fulfilling the story that gets you up there. It's just that at some point you need your sage there to hit the switches. Even when we took off a breezer's wheels and floated across the river. So how do we load Breezer? I'm sure we have to load Breezer, right? Or not? Let's see. You all sync. Okay, so do I need to just... Yeah. Well, why don't I just load a boat? And then... That's not gonna float. They're all gonna drown. And I'm not allowed to manipulate your vehicle. I should actually chop down some trees and create a log raft. Perhaps. Let's talk to some more of them and see if conversation can solve this. But I'm not allowed to load this. Oh, yes I am. Okay. I just can't get it out of range here. Okay, that's fine, that's fine. In that case, we should actually create like a log raft. I mean, you probably can't just put it on the water, right? You can, but it's probably not going to float. Or maybe it does. If it does float, then that's fine. You just put some attachments on it. Alright, let's turn it into a boat then. Just do it that way. Maybe you don't need an additional piece on it, although it might help. Let's actually load it onto the flank. I think we should see how it is supported if you do it that way. You gotta go because your phone will die soon. Yeah, thanks for dropping by anyway. Glad you've been enjoying this yourself. Oops, got weighed down by a bit of water here. It's not quite as good, but maybe it'll kind of keep everybody's heads above water. And I think probably the best thing to do is to put everything on logs. But just take this off for a moment. And yeah, that's the thing, is that there are so many ways to do things in this game that I'm actually kind of looking forward to the point at which I can watch other people. You know, after I've gotten far enough myself. Let's put a battery on it just in case. I'm sure I have enough charge by myself, but... Let's put the boat in and load them up, and then... I feel like this actually will float by, and they'll get their feet a bit wet, but it'll totally ruin their instruments. I'm sure it'll complain. You're soaked. Well... hopefully this will work. Okay. That's too deep. Okay, let's put it on some logs. Or at least on a plank. A little too close. Yeah. They're not too fond of that solution. This might float though. If not, we'll chop down some trees. You know that will work. Just give the breezer a little bit more height. There was a shrine in the tutorial area where there were rafts. The guy took the raft and rammed it into the door mechanism. So you could go through the door. I think I know which shrine you're talking about, and I didn't build rafts there either. I think I actually just built a giant wooden plank that worked as a bridge. It was the one I'm thinking of. Where I took one look at it and thought, well, this is clearly supposed to be somewhere to build rafts, and we just don't need to do that. And obviously we've been finding a lot of stuff to get around not having a glider. Shove this in a bit. Does this float? It's okay. I think it'll suspend a breezer depending on the weight. Let's check it. And if not, we will, of course, just chop down some trees. Whoops. That doesn't look good. Oh, interesting. Whoa. Oh, okay, huh. Interesting that it attaches like that. Now, no matter which piece I have, it's going to cause a bit of a mess, I think. Let's put this down then. Yeah, it only attaches by one point. That's not really what I expected, but let's see if we can make it work. Yeah, I think our feet should probably keep dry from here, so. Alright, everyone, get in. And hopefully they don't sink the whole thing. Hey, look, it's looking good. Let's hope the steering actually works. I'll have to change where we place the stick. Yeah, a little bit unbalanced, but we'll make it. Also might give me a sense of what to do later if we need to load the horse. Because it's much easier to ride up from the southern side. Especially because I don't think we've done the lakeside stable problem yet, and so we'll get over here and we'll just lift the boat. Probably. Anyway, despite the wobbliness, this was reasonably comfortable. So yeah, there is this kind of gentle difficulty progression in the things you need to do with their breezer. So it seems like there is an order to the ferry unlocks, regardless of how you put the musicians together. This series just consistently delivers with its music, I must say. One of the most important series to get me into video game music in the first place, in fact. And, okay, 4 ferries, all acquired. And of course the nearest point to buy and sell is at the stable, and we'll be totally broke for that. Running back and forth for enough money to see what we're missing. And you've done it. Okay, we're going to get lots of cash this time, I hope. So substantial that I hope your pockets are double stitched. Well, they are, so. 100? Okay. That was maybe slightly overhyped. Musical troupe has finally performed for all the great fairies. I'm beside myself with joy. And I guess they just play at every stable now. Or, well, some of them. We'll see. And then they finally find out who I am. They don't know who I am. The Stable Heroes. Sounds very stable. And, yeah, I'm glad you've been enjoying the run. We found some interesting ways to do things. Again, the whole gliderless shtick was very much accidental. I didn't expect to keep up with it for nearly this long. It's just, once we started noticing it, I just ran with it. Originally, I thought, actually, like weeks ago, that we'd get the glider when I felt ready to go down to the depths for the first time. The fact that I accidentally fell into the depths at precisely the right location to land safely on my first try changed everything about that. Because otherwise we would have had the glider weeks ago, for sure. Especially if I fell down into the depths some other way first and took fall damage and died, for instance, and was convinced that you had to have the glider to do it. If some things like that had just happened a little bit differently, this run would have been something that took a very different shape. Okay, so let's just see some of the costs. Okay, so it's going to be 500 per piece. And oddly enough, we can afford that. We can afford one of those with Opal. I feel like we should actually do it, because I'll be using the froggy clothes often enough. Stealthfin Trout. Okay. And Sundelion. Zalfo's Tail, not surprising. Smotherwing Butterfly, actually... Yeah, you just need lots of them for both Tier 3 and 4, so lots and lots of butterflies. We'll just have to buy them up, because honestly they're too hard to really catch manually. And so what else have we not seen yet? Gleeok Guts. Guess we need to fight more Gleeoks. Because we defeated 3 Gleeoks, but we've only looted 1 set of guts, so we just need to get more guts. But that's obviously very deep end game in its own way. The boots, this is important. Oh, look at that, you need the dragon scales to get further with those. Sand boots you don't though, sand boots you just need switch violet. Good thing we've been stocking the hardy lizard as well then. We'll do the guts. So this we can actually put together pretty quickly. But everything else is very, very expensive, and so I think it will be some time before we can actually get those together. Yeah, the only one I can definitely get right now is this one here. I almost think we should just leave it. We can upgrade one of these right now, but we don't have enough luminous to make it worthwhile. Let's just leave it. Anything else I need to look at here? Yeah. So yeah, we'll definitely need another nature part when we get to it. Yeah, Jamesy, you've been curious about watching this run because wanted to see how I'd go about and discover things. And yeah, definitely the fact that I'm streaming this has had an effect on the way I play as well, I think, where... You know, I know that some things are perhaps more worth doing because they are not what you're going to see elsewhere, and that it would be fun to get that recorded so we can have lots of footage of alternate solutions to things. And anyway, our horse is still on the southern bank, which is great, because I can just ride out of here without running into the terrain issues we had last time. So we have a couple of options. Originally, what I want to do eventually is go to Yiga base and to the final geoglyph. We can do that, of course. We also still have to solve the problem that is at Lakeside Stable. And we're probably missing a few stables past that point in this whole region here. I mean, we haven't really explored a lot of this area, too. We need nature scale or something. But I think likely what we will do... Yeah, because there's a whole boat race down here that we want to do at some point, and there's just so much to do. Since we're close by anyway, let's do Lakeside Stable first. It's not too much of a hassle. Because we can just ride down and follow the route. Maybe even follow the route back down to Sargon Bridge. We'll see. We'll see. There are a couple ways to do it. I think we'll do that first then. We'll be riding south if we can find a road. Past the Dueling Peaks over here. Yeah, let's just go for a ride. And run into an obstacle immediately. You know what, why don't I just go river rafting? Nah, it doesn't really get you too far. Alright, let's find a better way to do this and possibly... Actually, let's scout this for a moment. Obviously, it'd be easier to do route planning with a map, but we're going to use our eyes. Just check this location first. Yeah, not going to happen this way, I think. So we'll go back through the Dueling Peaks, I think, and merge on the other side and try to find a way out from there. We'll see where we go. Obviously we can cross without the horse too. It's not like we're required to do this, but... Also, we should make a habit of catching more fish. Just given how many we need for later upgrades, but... We'll just be a bit more attentive to material costs. And again, once we're down in the depths, we're not really going to be spending money anyway. Because down there you just exchange, you know, pose and zonite and so on, so... Cash is kind of a non-issue for a bit. When we're replenishing down there, but... Anyway, Great Ferries are finally done. It's funny because just a few days ago, we were still sitting on no upgrades. And now, we just got it all done at once, which is... pretty satisfying. We'll hopefully not get one shot by as much. look out. What does this guy sell again? Can't always remember. Oh yeah, this is a shroom shop. We'll probably need mushrooms eventually, but right now we'll save up. After spending so much on the house parts as well, I've just generally been very, very spendy. And yeah, even when I'm finished with streaming this, I'm sure I'll be dabbling in a post-game for much of the year. Just to get the gear pieces upgraded and fill in anything else optional we've missed. I expect I'll be playing this game for a long time to come, especially if there's DLC like there was with the Champion's Ballad. Hang on. I can probably divert at this point. Didn't I say I was going to just head down somewhere? Because you go down this way. Originally, I think we actually headed down somewhere here. To go from stable to stable, and so I'm actually massively overshot already. Hang on. Let's go back a ways. Don't remember where it was we went. Where it was you could go up. That was before the Dueling Peaks. Yeah, just up here on the plain, I think, and then... was it in this area here? Yep, this road. Or not, because this is just a waterway. That's okay, we can go around. I used to know the routes a lot better. Breath of the Wild was so many years ago for me. This looks like a battle talus. We fought this one? Let's check it. We fought you yet? Yeah, we've defeated this one. I mean, more gems couldn't hurt, but I also want to get back to where I wanted to go. Oh, carefully. Yeah, because we just went all the way around. That's fine. As long as we stay on this side of the river, we're okay. Because we don't want to get into issues with the Bridge of Hylia later, although we could fight the Gleeok again. Really wanted. Bit short on eyeballs for that, though. That's one of the limiting factors. We could also just do everything with the Lakeside Stable much later, when it's more convenient. Because it is a little out of the way for what I want to do right now, so let's just go back. More Aracudas. Always fun. Look at the flags waving with a bit of a low frame rate from a distance. Looks rather awkward, actually. One of the few little performance artifacts we've seen so far that has looked awkward. But to lookout landing you go, well, have fun, we're not going there. Anyway, if we're going to do this, let's go with my original plan, which is to get over here. In fact, there's so much of this region that we haven't explored yet either. But we've been broken zoned for so long, I should actually refresh some of that. So we go down the southern end of the plateau, I think we'll probably be fine. We'll just wrap around it. See how far we can go. Oh yeah, because that just takes you over to the top of the bridge. And it's a bit of a climb to get up there, that's fine. And I think I marked this because of the minigame there. Yeah, that's right. Let's go stable over there. Yeah, let's just go. Now, if we're heading down to the depths relatively soon, it does mean we won't see more Koroks and shrines for a while, but that's okay. We expect that. You see this? Yeah, that's just the top of the bridge. Oop. So we'll follow the plateau around until we need to climb. Springs over here. There's a whirlpool here that we never actually checked. And I wonder, given our experience with Zora Whirlpool, whether it gets you somewhere interesting that is still within the overworld. Maybe that's worth checking. But let's stick to the current agenda first, just for a little bit. Yeah, because I originally skipped the whirlpool thinking, oh, we're not prepared to deal with that, but then whatever it is. But then after going down to Zora Whirlpool, perhaps that is something readily accessible. Have we done this one here? We haven't. Let's see it. Complete the square. This one over here. And another stone over here. Here we go. And conditions are slippery. Luckily, what do we got here? Well, first of all, let's put this on. We'll be going into the heat zone soon. Secondly, let's put on froggy clothing. Right, the reason I wanted to see my stables was to complete the froggy set, but we're far enough from doing so that let's not worry too much about it. Also, when you do have slip resistance, it's important not to climb too aggressively. Just let the slip resistance do its job. 2 points of it is actually going to be pretty decent. That makes life much easier. I've previously just flown over this location, I think. Because there was a Korok escort that worked like that. I guess this time we can go over to Slowway. See the canyon properly. Oh, that's right, because once we get vehicle parts, we can do the labyrinth as well. Right now we can't because we're broke. But we kind of want to hang roughly northwest over here and at least get to the canyon so we can going. Well, let's head down to let things dry out a bit. In Breath of the Wild, I would just check all of these trees. This game, however, is much more deliberate about its Korok placements. And a bit more obvious about placing arrows for things that are in the style of spot to tree. So. You know, the color scheme of the froggy suit even makes me look like the sticky frogs. Which makes sense. Oh, final time. Did we mark this one? I don't think we did, but maybe that's what this skull is for. I say we can probably attempt it. Let's put on something decent first. It is under heat conditions, so we'll keep that in mind. So we don't get toasted. But armor value right now is 39. That's probably as good as we'll have it. Switch to a decent bow. Could even use the Lionel bow against Lionel, but since we'll be trading out of it anyway, but I'm sure I'll break all kinds of weapons since Lionels do that to me. Let's put something on the Claymore as well. Something decent. Something hard-hitting. Not just a regular Black Bokoblin, but perhaps something much stronger than that. I usually don't like depending too much on a two-handers, though, so... Let's see what we can do. Yeah, maybe... At this point, though, I'm also wary of requiring some of these parts for upgrades. What is this? Oh, didn't roll spike. Not using that. Not using the tails, but sure, let's just go with yeah, I don't want to use something too expensive on weapons that don't have durability, basically. I'll just go with this one. What is the base on this? Zonite sword. What a ruby. Not the most efficient. I mean, we can always trade that out for something else as well. But I say we'll probably just wind up breaking the Captain Spear against him, so. Anyway, I bet we can do it. Let's mostly play around here so we can get a jumping off point for arrows. And just snipe them like crazy. Let's put this up too. If we're mostly using arrows, we can also keep the water shield up to some extent. Whoops. To some extent. Oh yeah, he's just a blue one. Let's... Okay. Go shock fruit first. Not hitting the horns at all. Gonna knock back here. Here we go. Right in the face. Okay, let's get back here before we whack him. We could have mounted him there in that position, but let's over here. Oh, look at that, actually having armor. Can we mount? No. Oh, should have probably shielded and dodged out of that. Oh, look at that, actually having armor. Makes such a big difference. He's already almost down by half. This will not be hard. Perhaps. Okay, what do we got for the weapons? Yeah. Let's use the two-hander. Mounts. Yeah, good. And then as he's switching off to the bow. Oh. Actually being able to take a hit from these guys makes a world of difference. He feels easy now. Like really easy. All of a sudden, whoops. Well, we'll be fighting more of the silver ones soon enough. Oh, I have no bow, no wonder. Okay. No wonder that shot wasn't going off at all. Here we go. I'm not even going to break a weapon against this guy by the end of it. Another one down. That worked out really well. Also, dragon, where are you? Where are you? I hear you. I don't have enough elevation to really hit him. We can try. I want to hit the claw, ideally, but... Actually, let's try to get a jump shot. And then... Let's try with a wing first, just so we can get enough range. Just a wing. Nope. Do you need a wing to hit it all, I think? We'll have one? No, it's not gonna go. Nah, we're way out of range. Cute pony, yeah. That's what we found. Also, let me just check the shield value on this. Stronger in both defense and offense. It can tear through basic armor when deflecting. Yeah, it might be worthwhile to stack it on an existing shield. But this broadsword is actually not going to be too beneficial. But we did get a bow, didn't we? Yes, we got another Mighty Lionel bow. That'll work out. Yeah, we're way out of position to actually chase the dragon right now. When we see it another time, we can either go up with a vehicle, or we can try to outrun it over to the spot where it descends back into the chasms. But not at the moment. If we had been on top of this rock while it was coming down, we might have been able to do it. Or if we had been able to ascend through one of the falling platforms, but oh well. It's never a bad time to chase a dragon. Yeah, I suppose so. Especially because trying to outrun them to the chasm entrances is probably the strategy in this game when you aren't just riding updrafts. In a previous game, I only really knew how to do them by riding updrafts. We've gotten a few shots down this time, though, using items like the wings or the eyeballs. Oh, cold here. Let's put on some all-weather clothing. Probably sand boots out of that as well. As we get into the desert, but and look at that, we found some more to play with. You want to see me ride that dragon like the kid in the Neverending Story. Unfortunately, I don't think they're mountable. If they are, that would be a surprise. You really can't touch them in the previous game, though. Oh, look at that. If it's coming right over, we're just going to shoot it again. That seemed to loop around really quickly. Okay, we're going to wait for it. If it's coming this way. That seemed awfully quick. It's like, now you're thinking with portals. Did we know about that one? Yes, we did. We marked it. That's what that skull marker is. I mean, it's clearly on its way, right? Should we just wait? It's pretty far. I don't know if it's going to continue on this path. But... Or was that where it was flying away? That's its tail, right? Or is that its horn?
Oh, I think that's his tail. Yeah, no, it was just flying away from me because we turned around. I have no sense of direction. Yeah, because it was going east. So. It's going to go pretty far. I don't remember what chasm it enters, but we should track that stuff eventually. Anyway, where were we going? We want the geoglyph and we want the canyon. Geoglyph's going to be on the other face over there. Well, we'll go northeast. Northwest, rather. We're a bit mad at north by northwest. Rather, it's I am but mad north northwest. Hence the title of the Hitchcock film, North by Northwest. We should probably just go wing rocket over to the other side here, I think. And yeah, it would be worthwhile to spend a bit just to fly across. Let's do it. I'm pretty frugal about spending parts, especially wings, because we're starting to run low. But we can do propeller as well, I guess. But since this is mostly going to be a descent, I think we can probably do without the propeller just fine. It gives me a bit of additional lift, I suppose. But we mainly just want to cross over to the pass, so I think we'll be okay. Just gonna sink a bit. Follow Super Mario World logic again and just try to send this up. Yeah, maybe we should have gone for the propeller, but that's okay. Now, we don't want to just instant kill these guys in case it affects whether I can loot the tails, so let's actually just hit them. I think the instant kills might still prevent you from looting the tails in this game, even if it doesn't just nuke all the loot like it did in the previous game, but I'm not 100% on that. We should totally go unfreezable against these guys too, since we're in cold weather conditions. That would make things much more convenient. In fact, let's just do that. Yeah, because currently we're going to be blocked by looting tails, basically. And the tails are low probability anyway, so maybe that didn't have an effect, but not totally clear either way. But there's a tail, right? Or is that a horn? There's a horn. Oops. Come on. We could also just temporarily grab another weapon to break against this stuff, but it's alright. Do we want to wing for anything at this point, or should we ditch it? I think, you know, we could always give it another additional rocket push, but at this stage I think we can probably afford to leave it. Given that we made a crossing. Yeah, because we just need to go up north here and follow the canyon up that way. Let's put on more of the heat set again. Now, change back. Sand boons aren't relevant yet, but they will be if you get far enough in the zone. So, also we have a whole bunch of quests to cash in. Things that we completed, like defeating Moldugas and defeating Gleox and so on, that we totally thought about. Oh, and the fossil too at some point. So many things to do. What's this? Gleoc Guts, yeah. And that's pretty close to where we are, in fact. We can cash that in. And we do need to find somebody there as well. We'll have a couple of things to do here. Missing owner, we also finished. Okay. Let's just keep going. Can probably gain some elevation here too, but we'll deal with that as we go. And yeah, we know we need Swift Violet, so if that's what it is. We're definitely short on a few pieces of those, so looting them at every opportunity is a good idea. Surprise. I mean, we can see if we can loot tails, but I really don't think we can. I should maybe try to prove it, though. Yeah, you get horns. But it would make sense that, you know, fire would just toast the tails completely. Oops. But the problem is because the tails are low probability, it's very difficult to prove anything about that. Cave over here, have we been there? No. Let's follow it. The entrance is right there, in fact. Oh. Spectacle Rock, we hadn't been here. We can probably just sneak strike some of these guys. With or without stealth clothing. The other one too. More for durability, efficiency more than anything else. Because you can throw items at long range in this game, I guess it would make sense that you can probably throw food at them as bait. This looks bombable, probably because there's a bubble frog hiding behind it. Yeah, let's smash some things. Sapphire, very good. I guess we haven't been up Spectacle Rock either if I'm here. Oh, also, let's blow this up. Well, it's more where that came from. Since we're in a region, we'll have to loot a long-range Gerudo bow at some point because I need them for Gleox. Anyway. Oh, it's a firelight. That's fine. We know how to deal with that. Pretty easily, in fact. I'm still astonished that I'm now at the point where I can take a hit directly from a Lionel. That was not the case for the longest time. Gerudo shield, no. Very pretty. We just have no room. This looks like it's just a mining area, but we can ascend through it to see the top of Spectacle Rock as well. Potentially. Let's see what this is. Look at that, Ego offering. Yeah, we never figured out how to work these ones. Because previously I thought maybe it's bananas, because, you know, Ego clan and they love bananas. But when I tried it at one other location, that did not work. Looks clearly like it's supposed to be a Korok point. Also, what's this? Gleok. Oh yeah, this is where the Flame Gleok is, right? Or close to it. So I don't know how to work these ones yet. Because we've tried it before with apples as well. We tried it with a couple of things, but I don't think it was ever actually clear to me. And it may just be one of those Korok puzzle types that we'll eventually have to figure out and make click. Because we've seen a few of these by now. Unless there's something else that makes it obvious. Stand on this side. Oh, Talus right here, okay. Right beside a Gleok? Okay. Just standard old stone Talus. Can't be that bad. Wow, that hits hard. That hit a lot harder than I expected, in fact. Let's heal up. Full hearts, maybe? Yeah, I would better. I did not expect that. Also, I guess it's 20 hearts per row, now we've confirmed that. Oh. Here we go. What should we use as a smashy weapon? Not much, but we'll just use a Boko Blade, I guess. Oh, yeah, you can't just shoot it in the middle of that phase. It'll just shake you off. If we get reshoot, then we can bomb him out a little bit. Nope, that didn't work. Let's jump off. Nope, too late. 5 hits is usually what I have time for. Yeah, I was thinking Stone Talus, this guy's going to be a total pushover, but statistically he's actually really quite tough. Compared to other Taluses I've seen. Okay, jump. Nope, just, again, 5 hits is what I have room for. I shouldn't go too ambitious with that. Down. This looks like a special Talus Heart. That's not the usual kind. Rare Stone Talus Heart. Yeah. Let's put on something good. We have anything good. I guess the Royal Broadsword is still unused. Zonite swords. Ideally, we'd have it on a Gerudo sword or something. Let me see. I mean, we can always put on a shield and just attach it at Tarrytown when we're ready someday, but... Let me think about that. We'll put something on it. This is a nice location, actually. I should just tag it as well. If it's a rare stone, tell us every time. Yeah, let's at least see what the stats are going to be like. Otherwise, I'm actually kind of liking the idea that because we rarely use shields anyway, it makes a certain amount of sense that we know we're going to go to Tarrytown at some point to save things on shields and then detach them later. And then because Tarrytown is right by the player housing, then I can stash things in the museum. So we can do that later for other rare drops. We probably want to keep these for the time being. When did I even use this Frost Talus Hammer? I don't remember. Yeah, we've got a Mighty Zonite Spear that's been partly used now. Pygmeo Talus Hammer. Let's put it on the Broadsword. That'll be one Boca Horn wasted, but that's okay. At least we'll get to see what this is all about. Plus 33, that's nice. Totally should have saved that for a Gerudo weapon. We can also just use it to whack this Gleeok. Again, I feel like I'll have range issues for the final phase, depending on whether that tower would give me enough height. Now let me check my eyeball stash, because that is actually the most critical limiting factor when it comes to fighting the Gleeok. We don't have enough eyeballs to do it, I think. Let's see here. Type. We got 33 of the electric eyeballs. Maybe that would do. 6 fuse attack power. You use them in conjunction with any of the bows, really. Maybe it's doable. In that case... Yeah, the problem is Flamebreaker. We want Flamebreaker, but we're also kind of down by a piece. So I think we'd get heat up against this guy. Let's try it. Let's try it. It'll be fun. And hopefully autosave doesn't shove me back behind a Talus so we do in fact take a death. So the thing to be aware of is the meteor attack. We just need to burn him down quickly, and luckily the bows are strong. I've got good bows. And lots of health. So, it might be possible. Jump up here and take him down. Yeah. So we're gonna get bows. I'm gonna use the electric eyeballs because we actually have some. Where are they? Yeah. Let's go by attack power until we know what's going on. But we want electric eyeballs since we have some. This is a way down. Octorok eyeball. No, that's not it. Where is everything? Okay, this is not a good way to start it. Let's use... I mean, we haven't used the electric eyeballs yet, so this is unnavigable. There we go. Electric keys eyeball. He's going to be directly up there, which means ascend. And then, oh, we're right by the head, so let's figure out which weapon we want to use. This would actually be a good time. I mean, we just looted a rare hammer. Let's go Captain Spear. This is kind of a nice view, actually. You can lock on like that. Okay. We can probably not even use the eyeballs here and use something that just gives me +5 attack. Since we have a really clear shot. We might take some fall damage out of this, that's the only thing. We need something that's at least 5 attack. And I just have to kind of eyeball it. Maybe even some of the frost. Oh. I'm sure there's no attack power on a lot of this stuff. Ski eyeball. Where even was the electric eyeball? Yeah, so basically anything that's sort of at least equivalent to this. Like blue boko horn, for instance. And then we just get back there again. And whack him. That dude needs to chill out, yeah. Okay, let's get another weapon. This is not a bad time to use the Frost Talus Hammer if we're ever going to use it. Flame is probably not going to do very much. Oh, you know what? Let's break this weapon too. While we're here. Let's just clear up some inventory space. Yeah, Frost Talus Hammer. Makes a lot of sense. And then, let's do it again. We're at such close range here. The only thing is I'm taking fall damage from going down below, so... Ideally, would find a different jumping off point that maybe doesn't have that limitation. It doesn't have quite as much lag time going back up. So getting within range for the final phase is the current concern, and that's why we're saving eyeballs. This guy's actually not hard. Okay. Whoops, fell off a little bit. Does it affect my angle? Slightly. I'll have to heal up as well, I'm sure. Now let's actually heal up with some of the attack food, so we can burn them down quickly. Yeah, mighty simmered fruit. Oh, we never delivered the curry to town. Yeah, okay, we'll save it and not eat it. We might not even need the weapon attachments with the attack food. Anyway, now we just need to take him down. One more time, I think. Come on, let me out. Yeah, we're just not even going to let him get into the air phase. We can avoid it. Okay, so now potentially have a problem. Killed it. Easy. Didn't even take a hit apart from fall damage. So yeah, we just needed to not let him get into the air phase and burn him down quickly. We broke a lot of weapons against that, but that was expected. Because these guys are tough. And we even got guts. And we know we need 3 guts for the huge upgrade that I had in mind. That worked really well. It's one of the best fights we've had. At this point, you know, my weapons are blinking. I spent everything else. That's okay. That's just cost of doing business. I don't know if the frost weapon was actually effective against it at all, but we'll take it. King Ghidorah, yeah. Versus Mechabowzilla. Okay, now let's see. Is that a shrine I haven't done yet? No, I've done it. Okay, just checking. Yeah, getting more confident about taking out some of this late game material. In the depths, one thing I had already found was what looked like this Lionel Arena fight. I feel like we need a lot more weapons to even think about doing that, but because in a pretty confined space as well. But that'll be the super endgame content that we move towards eventually. Anyway, Spectacle Rock, that's where we are. We need to find that canyon that I wanted to traverse. Also, we don't need the flameproofing anymore. Let's get back into civilian clothes. All-weather civilian clothes.
Admire the tumbleweed while we're at it. Did we ever tag a regional tower? I'm not sure we did. Oh yes, we did. Of course we did. Although we've been ignoring them all day game because we don't actually have a mapping tool. Anyway, we need the canyon. That's going to be a little further off. Might need to spin something again too. Oh yeah, there's the big bridge crossing. Looking in this direction, we actually want to go over here. It is the canyon that's kind of tucked behind that direction where you can see the waterfall, in fact. It's behind a waterfall. This waterfall right around here, I'm pretty sure. We're close to it. It's past the tower. We accidentally tagged the tower, but waterfall... Yeah, that's our destination. We can fly, but I think we'll see more if we're going on foot, so... Whoops. Yeah. Because there's a pretty clear and direct path over there from here. And we should probably trade up to some weapons anyway. Ice will just nuke these guys instantly. Should probably try to pick up more tails off them, but I also just need weapons right now, so maybe we'll just ice them. Worry about it later. And maybe determine if are limited when it comes to tail usage or tail looting. Yeah, it's just the horns, as far as I can tell. But again, I'm a little low on weapons right now. I need to build up the stash before we do anything too fancy. So just claymore. We can. Yeah, we're gonna put something on the broadsword. We'll leave one slot open for rocks and such, but. Oh, look at that. Oh, they came up again. Oh, because at night you fight the ice version. I see, I see. Well then. Let's toss some fire. Whoa. Yeah, I'm definitely not getting a single tail off of this kill, so. You know what, let's... Go this. Not that we get tails anyway, so whatever. So yeah, depending on whether you are fighting in cold or hot conditions, you face both types of these encampments. I don't remember if it worked the same way in the first game as well. But I think in the first game in the desert you were mostly fighting electric. So this was not an issue to begin with. Also, let's get another weapon attachment on then. Something plentiful. Yeah, we shouldn't have spent so many of these on ammunition earlier, but it did take down Gleok really quickly because it was just 50 damage per head, which was easy to understand. Orblin horns. Let's just drop another one. Oh, I got durability on this too. Actually, since I've got durability on this, let's just put something better on it. Although we'll probably need these for like deep endgame crafting material, so maybe... Yeah, because we know that silver parts are required for some of the tier 4 stuff already, so maybe we shouldn't. Okay, that's fine then. Eventually when we get the Gerudo swords, that's what we want to use the best stuff on, because of the massive attack buff they give you. And yeah, hello. Yeah, but we can't unlock it, so too bad. Lookout Landing. If we ever go there. Let's try to do some resupply. And this is giving me nothing whatsoever. Oh, a little bit. Okay, so let's also clear some of this stuff. They do take up space. And slots here, yeah, we used a bit of hearty food just now, so maybe we should make one or two more. If I can find it. There we go. We're just using like this sky shroom for this too, aren't we? That's okay. Apples are very plentiful. Let's do this. And yeah, James D, so many NPCs are pointing me there. That I completely expect Ganondorf to do the same. That's one of the pleasures of playing this way, is that you get to see dialogue that other players don't. Yeah, let's maybe make one or two more of the hearty dishes. Because now we have enough hearts that this is worthwhile if we are perilously low. Okay. A pretty steep drop off from here, but we're going for that waterfall anyway, so we'll just go down. Oh, look at that. Monster shop. We can grab the final part of the Mystic Clothing, however. Yeah, we can get there by land. We can do it. What time is it? 10:20. Yeah, we've got time. Also, dragon. Before we do anything. Oh, reasonably close. If we take a ton of fall damage, we can maybe do it. What I really needed was the Gerudo bow here. It looks like, again, it's just going to be a little out of reach. What do we get on top of the tower? Hang on a minute. Except we'd still be a bit far, I think. No. Need to ascend through there. Yeah, I don't think we can reach, but let's try it anyway. We'll try it maybe with an eyeball first. Although we're running low on these. Just a little bit short. Okay, what about wings? Come on. Yeah. It's too far. One of the more promising approaches, but also, is the monster shop still there? Yes, it is. Yeah, we'll go monster shop first. Because that's not something we'll get every day. And because I now know that I have enough bubble gems to finish the Mystic set. And I kind of want to see what the rewards are after that. It's probably just more monster parts, which is good because we need monster parts for cure upgrades. You know, given that it will give you a couple of rare pieces. This guy thinks he's defending the bridge, does he? Well, joke's on you. Let's, not knock him off the cliff, but we can avoid it. Just a blue. Okay. I've got gobs of bubble gems. Yes, I do. Mystic headpiece. Yeah, that completes the set. Yeah, I feel like Kilton and Colton are basically the Tingle successors in this game. In many ways. He's a total addict, too. Wait until you introduce him to, you know, all the Gorons that are munching on crack rocks. They have self-control issues. In a way, not that you can upgrade any of these, but you can put the whole set together. What if I need to eat all of the bubble gems? Collect all of the remaining bubble gems. I wonder how many. You don't have anything left to trade. Well, so we've got a last reward. Ooh, very nice. You can sense the presence of each and every bubble frog across the vastness of Hyrule. 83. Wow. Well, at least we know how far off we are. That's okay. There are lots of locations we haven't seen yet. These ruins. We'll do it eventually. That's a lot remaining. But if it's 83 remaining, I guess that means that after the last reward, you cash in 101. Also.
Probably no set bonus just from this tier 1 gear, but, you know, no, it's just rupee padding all over. No, not what we want. Okay, let's go back to that waterfall we were talking about, because we do need it. Going up through this passage might even be easier. It'll get us on the right side of the water. It's like a shrine down there. I don't know if we've... Yeah, I think we've done this one. That's the one on the map that's... Well, and also it's not glowing with a spiral. This is where we came from. So yeah, we know that has been accounted for. When you collect them all, it sounds like you should find them again. Yeah, well, of course. I mean, yeah, of course you need to cash it in and see what happens when you do. I wonder if he actually does turn into a Satori, like he suspects. That's the fulfillment of his ambition. We can go up and around, or we can... I know I need to cross over this cliff anyway to get to the waterfall, so... Maybe it makes sense to go down now and send through the other side, or, you know, fly across if I want, but... Actually, it would make sense to go up, because we haven't really looked at this side. And also, I'm missing the bubble frog here, because there's no check mark, so... We go back to the Plateau Caves. Mount Naburu Cave. Yeah, because I did a lot of this content before I knew that there was a check mark for every cave. So, we might even want to go back for some of that. But the Bubble Frog collection is probably one of the things I won't be doing to 100% on stream. We'll get reasonably close, and I'm glad we've shown off at least getting the Mystic set together, but... Yeah, let's beat these guys the conventional way, I guess. Oh, alerted everybody. Not clever. We didn't get any tails anyway. Such a rare drop. Nope, still no tails. I remember them being a rare drop in the first game too. That was also one of my roadblocks there. Okay, waterfall's over there. And a rather prominent diving platform. Now, the thing about the waterfall is that we can always try to ride it up. Perhaps. I mean, this is obviously supposed to be a paraglider location, but... we can always dive into the water and
annoy yourselves with trying to get up the waterfall and fall in that way. It's behind the waterfall, the location I'm looking for. So we should actually go for that bridge crossing up ahead, because there is a crossing, I now see. Yeah, we should obviously go for the bridge. And hopefully, we'll be fine. May as well pick up some meat. Some tough meat, apparently. Oh, come on. It's such a slow weapon, these two-handers. Hey, we got some gourmet meat, though. I should actually make a mining weapon out of this. Oops. Or actually, why am I doing this when I can do this much better? Also, you can totally attach objects to this thing here, as we probably should have done just now. Weigh it down. Or whatever. Anyway, I actually mostly just want to smash this stuff. Whoops, I accidentally brushed everything off. Yeah. Okay, so waterfall is what we're going for. Let's go for the bridge. We can probably just climb this down. Yeah, let's do it. Climb down. Climb down. Come on. Climb down. Oh, there we go. Almost. There we go. Yeah, because much earlier in this game, these cave systems were where I was playing around with boats and balloons and so on. This was back in week 1 of the game, I think. So quite some time ago. My goodness. So slow. Two-handers. At least these wolves drop 2 pieces of meat. Got the Yiga territorial marker over here. Switch close. Oh, interestingly enough, you need heat resistance to do this. That's okay, we'll get into the shade first. Once we're in the shade, we don't need that. We'll even talk to this guy who's saying. That's okay, we can get in. Knock knock. Discovery Blade Master Station. Oh, this must be where you get to learn the technique. Like the earth technique. We heard about that much earlier. It is where Yiga Blade Masters are made and unmade. You brave the elements to take this first step, yeah. I'll do it.
Oh.
5 frog statues with identifying marks of the Yiga clan. So that's what you do. We did try to make an offering of mighty bananas, and they didn't take them. But I guess now they will. Can I go through? No? Alright. Well, we can do it. Yeah, there's one right outside. And I wonder if we actually need to be in close to do it. Are these among the statues? There was one across the bridge. Judgment by facing location? No. Well, of course, put our heat resistance back on first. And we'll see if I actually need to be Yiga Clan to do it, because this looks like it's the first one here. Maybe. But it doesn't have the offering plate, so maybe not. Let's take a look at the map. Maybe it is. Nope, that's not what I wanted. Yeah, there's no offering plate. I don't think this is one of the ones. Yeah, there's one. Right down there. Yeah, we have to look for the candles. Have a good night. Yeah. Thanks for coming by. Oh, that was dangerous. Anyway, I wanted to give these bananas all along. Let's see if we need the Yiga suit on to do it. No, apparently not. You are in the shade, though. I wonder... Remaining locations 4. Okay, so yeah, we are checking these off. Well, again, we can always go up through the waterfall inconveniently. Put the Sora suit on. Looks like all the relevant locations are fairly close by, so... To my right. We'll see what that is. We should, in fact, check behind the waterfall. apparently not. Might as well at least allow me to scout a little bit. Nope. And nope. It was a little bit annoying to not know whether I'll get the wall clean. Guess you can't just crash onto the surface. We can dive forward though. Further into the water, that'd be ideal, but... Nope, and once again, just won't let me hold on. Let me try it on the other side. It's probably one of the biggest limitations of not having a glider. It's just that you can get off of these locations, it's just very fussy to do it. Here we go. Much better. Anyway. Looks like there's a location that's this way. I'll find out what it is. Oh, let's not fall off. Whoa, we're gonna fall off. That's, again, deeply disconcerting. Let's... Oh. Go this way once again. There we go. Did I ever go into this cave? I'm not convinced I have. Discovery. Salmon simulator, exactly. Hopefully not including the part where you're eaten by a bear. This looks like a talus. This is totally a talus boss, right? Has to be. Let's get some more luminous, we know we need it. It's definitely talus. We'll fight it, but let's do this first. I mean, we could just beat it up with the other rare talus. Depending. If we're going to loot it, we're going to be trading out a weapon anyway, though. Maybe we'll just put under Reaper again. Let's see. We might as well just break off the Frost Talus at this point. But we'll see what makes sense. Yeah, we'll need to heal it probably. Yeah, it could be a rare one. If it is a rare one, then we should try not to get one shot. Well, let's actually just have a banana meal again, I think. Doesn't need to be a big one. Yeah, it's one of the ones that hits hard. Oop. Let's heal up.
we go. Well, given that, let's just beat him up with his friend, right? That's the obvious thing to do. Whoops, nope, just not intending to do that. Just click. Oh, whoops. Let him fall on me like that. That was very unfortunate. Let's get a hearty dish off this one. We're taking a bit of punishment here. Come on. Hold still. We should actually use the water shield. Oh, we should use the water shield. Come on. Here we go. Is this a rare? It should be rare, right? Yeah. Yeah, you got plenty of gems off it, at least. I do like how the standard taluses do scale up. Well, since this is going to give me durability, let's put it on this one. Again, gonna waste a vocal horn here, but I got some decent weapons. I'm gonna wind up using that to break rocks anyway, but yeah, that wasn't too bad. We can actually just dump some attack power on him. It's just a regular stone talus fight with massively inflated stats, it's all. Not really a big deal. Oh, missed it. Let's see if we can find that offering table. Straight ahead. Yeah, it might be at a lower level. It already made one offering. It does apparently require me to go further. Let's not go down there yet. If we need to leave something there for last, that's fine, but let's maintain elevation. And do anything that's in the upper location first. We had passed by a few of these offering points previously, so we just need to go back to them first. Also, clothing. We know there was an offering table around here somewhere. We had seen it previously. Oh, these guys want to fight? Okay. We can just toast them, but again, I just don't know if it lets you loot the tails. I'm still very uncertain about that.
Oh, we should loot something off of them. Ah, that's okay. Or they'll run away. That's fine too. They're not really my priority right now. I believe the offering table was on the other level, but we'll check that in just a moment. Yeah, because I think this is the thing that's supposed to teach you the earthquake method. Because I heard much early in the game that that is unlockable. We just never found out how until now, so... It makes sense that it would be a capstone, too. So many things that we've done all across the map. So, offering table, where are you? Maybe in the 10th location here? No? Should be roughly right on top of it. Look for a light source, perhaps. Whoop. Or it might even be in a cave system down below, for all I know. This should be right on top of it. Yeah, well. Let's see, we can't find it yet. Let's go a little further. I seem to recall that there was one that we had found that was in one of the cave systems. Much further away, so we'll try to find that and fulfill this quest. Oh, you do need to cross to the other side to do that. That's okay. We know how. Fairly large-scale trial, this one. Yeah, we crossed that bridge. We can also deal with the Korok rocks that are located there, if I hadn't done so already, and I don't recall that I have, so we'll head back there and see what that's all about. Oh, we do have this one. Okay. If you were to press a 1. Yeah, definitely just horns and no tails. Where's that offering table? Why are these so consistently difficult to locate? Let's take a look. There should be a light source, right? In which case, we can check up here. Should be right down around here. So we can't find it at this elevation. That looks interesting over there. I could probably have to go down, but I'll check the top level first, just in case. This is one thing that is probably much easier to scout with a glider, but we'll see if we can do it. Yeah, there's nothing up here. So I'm guessing we will go much further down. Again, these could always be in caves. I just don't see it, but we should check that location over there, because it looks reasonably interesting. This whole structure that seems to have a door. Or is this just the entry point to the canyon? I think it is. Only is it possible to ascend through there somehow. This big fragment that clearly fell down from the sky. Well, treasure chest. Not that this is particularly reachable from here. Yeah, we need to ascend into that for sure. Figure out how to do that. Ah, from below, yeah. Let's get further in, if we are able. Possibly we need something like a hover stone to stand on first. Just set it inside. We just gain a bit of elevation here. Well, we climb and see what happens. Wait. This is momentarily valid. Probably doesn't get me there though, but we'll sec. Nope. We can try it with a stone. Actually, I'm not convinced. Let's take a look. Maybe so. Yes, I can. We'll see if this actually takes me inside. Might not. It does. Excellent. Good trade. I approve. Still doesn't solve the problem of... Oh, no, I see a glowing spot. Don't know if that's a donation point. We'll try it. Down? Let me do it. Here we go. That's just a campfire, though. That's not the Yuga point. I find these Yuga clan markers highly dubious. Oh, okay, no, maybe it's if you follow water. Nope, it's not that. Yeah, the markers don't seem to point me where I need to go at all. It was somewhere behind me. Probably just in a waterfall area. We don't really need to fight with it.
Probably is inside the cave. Well, let me just take a look here because we want to switch violet anyway. We'll also want the cave because we never did finish the bubble frog inside. So we've had one offering point out of 5 so far. They do seem difficult to spot. Also, fighting the current here might be a bit of an issue, so let's get our swim clothes on. Just in case we need to push our way out. There we go. So yeah, the Yika clan quest markers seem to be suggestions more than anything. Also, we hear a dragon again. We're in no position, as always. No position to deal with it at all. Rock's gonna be annoying here. It's just not getting knocked down. We can't shoot it, but the loot's gonna go down to current anyway, and unavailable. Might not even bother. Yeah, let's just get out of the way. I said. Yeah. Not gonna bother chasing it. Yeah, I think we just previously went straight through here. And didn't bother to check the caverns around the side. Well, only 81 of those to go. Well, unfortunately, we did overshoot something. I don't see it anywhere here, but it could be up above, so we can check this area.
Until the serving plate presents itself. I still don't see it anywhere. Apparently right by us. Yeah, this is where we came down earlier. We checked this location somewhat thoroughly. I just don't see that offering table. It's gonna be way below, but we've been here a few times and still no sign, so. We did check the cave. I thought so anyway. We can check the cave again. But at least we missed it on this wall. Oh yeah, no, we got it. Okay, finally. I remember this, in fact, from much earlier. And indeed, the remaining ones might have been the ones that we mistook for Korok points. Yeah. There's one here. And there's one that's down in the ruins. So these supposed Korok points were actually the offering tables. As I've marked them previously. So at least we know where those are. Those are actually fairly easy to get. So the one that's straight west from here is the one that we don't have marked. Okay, so this will be easier from here. Since I do have an idea for where to look for at least 2 of the 3 that remain. Yeah, it does seem like this reward is going to be substantial. Just given the amount of work involved. So I assume it is going to be the earthquake attack. I seem to remember there was some kind of environmental clue about another thing that you could do to your moveset as well. That is a part of this. Now it's just going to be directly south. Oh, it's going to be the one that's close to the tower. So we just need to go up and cross a bridge. I remember seeing one that was close to the tower. Not on this side. Anyways, we'll need to gain a bit of elevation again to do this. Yeah, let's just smack him. Right, because we need to go around.
most of your gold comes from Lysalphus talents. Yeah, I was thinking that too, that they're fairly cheap. It's more that I need to make sure that I don't have any upgrades dependent on them yet, but considering how easy it is to get them, they seem to have a really good price. It's funny that we both refer to it as gold, even though they are rupees. I just sort of instinctively thought of it as gold as well. Despite how long I've been playing this series. Yeah, so we head towards the tower. That should be approximately the correct location. And we know where to find the other ones. The one is going to be parked by where we fought the rare talus earlier. One is going to be in the ruins that are accessible from the eastern side of the desert. Because I'd spent quite some time staring at it and wondering, well, I'm putting bananas in the offering plate, why isn't it giving me a Korok? Well, now we know. We're doing fine for raw bows. Yeah, having bows that are 40-some damage is a really nice sweet spot for them because Gleeok heads take 50 apiece. And so, you know, getting one shot on Gleeoks rather than... oops. Let's actually eat up here. Many of these are good. Are we ever going to lose some tails? Yes, finally. Yeah, I guess we'll rake the construct bow. We're not going to get lightning storms here anyway, hopefully. Oh, it's a little miss. Also, it totally got stuck. All our bows are really good now, too. Well, it should hold off until we're fighting the biggest stuff. Don't want to ice them instantly or set them on fire instantly. Let's just stay with this. Should just put a better weapon on this to begin with. Something pointier. Well, we got one tail at least. And we might as well fill this one since we're right here. Yeah, after all this, we'll need to retrace our way back to the waterfall as well, and that's fine. Oh, this is something. I'll cash in those Koroks eventually, but we haven't actually found Hestu yet, so I assume that he was pretty close to Lookout Landing or somewhere along the tutorial area. If it's similar to Breath of the Wild's, 300 something Koroks is actually enough to give you all your inventory slots. I remember. I finished Breath of the Wild originally on only maybe 160 or 180 some, and then eventually I got my save file up to the 600s. I never did the full 900. That was going to require too much looking things up for my taste. But yeah, I'd actually love to expand the inventory, but I don't want to look at where Hestu is. I came across him quite late in Breath of the Wild 2, just given my playstyles, so I didn't actually even know what Koroks were for until I had about 100 of them in the first game. I had no idea what they did for the longest time. Okay, there's ruins over here. There's a tower over here. Tower seems closer. Let's do it first. Also because then we don't need to lose elevation too much. Just a little bit. It might not be right on the tower anyway. It might be somewhere close by. Further north than that, in fact. Maybe it makes sense to do that one last if it's on our way back, but we'll find out. But I know where the last one is. That looks like it might be a table, or is that just a Korok escort? I think it's a Korok escort. And one that will have to cover some distance. How far? Oh, this is where you have to learn how to use the lift. I get it. Or you could just strap some rockets to him. If you really want. Yeah, just add some weight to the left side and we'll lift him up. Yeah, we have a sign here too. We've got lots to do. Pretty simple. Yeah, we might as well use some of these boxes over here. Oh, we just need to weigh this down, actually. Don't know if that's enough. Good enough. That was brilliant. He never would have thought of just putting a heavy object there. Anyway. Venture along slightly to the north. Let's see if we can find it. It should be right around here. Again, might be in a cave, so we need to be aware of that possibility, because this was one of the ones we had trouble with earlier, I think. Yeah, it might be a cave we enter down below. In fact, I see it. Maybe a bit tricky to head down towards it though. Depending on whether I'm allowed to climb on the slope. We'll try to head down to a slightly gentle gradient, but I do see it a few platforms down. We'll be cautious. Yeah, if we get over here, then we can slip down the wall the rest of the way. And still potentially hit. Yeah, it's right down there. Okay, that's done. Now we go to the ruins for the remaining one, which... Yeah, you have to go to the Gerudo Canyon mine entrance. We'll head there. Might be a bit of a run, but we've been there before.
Yeah, being on ground level is fine here. It's fairly low. We may in fact cross into the desert first before we veer south in the correct direction. Yeah, but we'll see. Yeah, we got meat. Anyway, we'll be on our way to completing this. Guess we'll take this, we'll take the waterfall. The geoglyph over there on the cliffside, that's the last one, that's the one we want. And down in the cave, that's down to the south. Yeah, the entry point is somewhere down below, if I recall. Right here. Oh, should have just taken those. More flint we really don't need. Now let's see if I can remember where we found the offering table. It was somewhere here. Oh. Yeah, sure, let's just use this. Oh, come on. Stand here. Claymore. Yeah, Grudo weapons are fantastic. We're going to trade that in for sure. Kind of wish we had saved that would tell us, but we'll take it. And yet, the offering table is right there. Quite easy to get to, in fact, so. It's a bit of an inconvenient reach. Yeah, these guys might have gems. This rock sledge has served me very, very well. Oh, seems like a hardy lizard too. That was valuable. But gone. Okay, trial complete. Did we ever have a check mark? Yes, we did. Oh, let's check out our treasure chest. Come on. No need. Goblin squad? Yeah, we can probably take it. So many weapons at this point. Black Goblin squad is going to die pretty quick to the lightning, I think. So we can get some weapons off of them accordingly. No, okay. You know what? Well, a sturdy stick, if we can put it with a rock, is a pretty reliable mining weapon in itself, so we Should look around for that when we're finished with picking up some truffles. Explosives are also good. Let's just break it. Excessively frugal sometimes, but that's okay. Anyway, we did what we came to do. Also, just checking for things like truffles. Yeah, the gems in this mine are actually quite nice in general, so not a bad idea to be a little more thorough, perhaps. Okay, pretty good stash here that we've been building. Let's get out. So, yes, we have check mark. And let's go back to the waterfall, are we? Anywhere close? Yeah, we'll just go straight north. Probably that before the geoglyph. Although the bridge crossing here is obviously quite significant. Not that good a shot, to be honest. Whoa, okay. Didn't expect to. I get smacked by something. One of the 3 fairies. Has at last been consumed? I guess I didn't really think about healing up. That's okay. If we get into a fight, we'll do it. But it has been a long time since I've had a rest stop of any sort, so Okay, where are we headed? Canyon and waterfall. Unless the geoglyph is accessible sooner. No, we'll do that first. Geoglyph is actually still pretty far back. And again with the dragon, let's see. Oh no, it's over there already. It's going this way though, kind of. Because of fall damage, let's heal up. It's too far. I can tell it's too far. We just need a better point for approaching it. Yeah, let's go over there. To the mountains. Probably a very similar course to what was followed in Breath of the Wild, where it would go directly above the ice over the crack. One of the dragons did anyway in that game. I think it might have been a different one. But yeah, as before, we'll go around, we'll head over to the waterfall. See, here it looks like we're maybe able to get enough height on it. Oh, maybe we should try to chase it. It's a little more promising. Oh no. Might have missed the opportunity there. So I'm trying to rush it. Nope. We're missing the opportunity here. Getting a little antsy about that. That's okay. It might have been too high anyhow. We have some room to run up top. We'll try to chase, but I think given the fact that with this path earlier, even the tower wasn't giving me enough height to close in on it. It might have been too far anyhow. This firing angle would have been nice. Yeah, it's really quite far. Well, eventually. I think camping the chasms will be the best bet anyway for those, so. It's alright if we have to leave it. Waterfalls over there, let's around to the lower bridge as before. It's not even a correct waterfall, is it? Yes it is. Yep, because you have to get in from under. I'll switch to Yuga close once we're at the door. Hopefully not take environmental damage from the cold.
So yeah, we are under cold weather conditions, but we'll just slip in there quickly. Oops. Okay, I've got the examination. I bet I still have to fight him. This reward is valuable and only found in adepts. Strange glowing ruins. Interesting. I wonder if it's Adept's entrance then. Or, oh, is a shrine. It's even better. So, Zonite maybe? No, just rupees. Eightfold long blade. Ah, it's a Depth's weapon. That's quite nice. We'll almost certainly trade this out. Not exactly sure still what the Depth's weapons do differently. But this looks like a bubble frog area as expected. What? Should have actually kept the mining weapon. Just now until we had our fill of mining. See if there's more mining to do over there, because... Oh. Probably trade things out a few times. Yeah, we'll eventually probably ascend up here too, so... Oh, okay. I was hoping for something like the Yiga Blade Master technique, but... I guess we'll have to pick that up elsewhere. This will be shrine number 99. Those are always nice.
Speaking of which, we never did put a weapon attachment on the Claymore. Yeah, and since it is the Gerudo weapon, it makes sense to put something actually good on it. Silver horns, not the best, not the worst idea. That's one thing where we do know relatively easy how to get more, so. There we go, got a 62 on that. And yeah, when wielded by a fighter, of course, now we don't really have a mining weapon as such. So we'll essentially just make it the good old wind cleaver. Anyway, since we're ready to get out, let's see if we can just ascend out of the shrine. Yeah, I was actually kind of expecting more to this after how long it takes to do everything with the Yiga quests up to this point, but we got a shrine for our trouble and one that would otherwise be maybe difficult to see, so no complaints. So, yeah. We're going to stay on the north coast here and run around in the snow. If we can. This might also just be a dead end, though. But if we keep going, maybe we'll be on the correct side to approach the geoglyph. Let's go for snow boots and more cold protection. Yeah, geoglyph will definitely be the first destination. Again, we've got more bubble frogs to get there eventually, but now that we have the final reward before total completion, I feel like that's going to be a much longer term consideration. Yeah, so geoglyph first. We haven't been up here in this region at all. Very much the opposite of my experience with Breath of the Wild, where this was one of the first places I explored. Yeah, these bows are much better than I need. Oh, I'll lose the eyeball. Getting a different bow here is going to be nice, so we don't need to use the 47 damage all the time. Let's try to shoot this guy down in a more friendly location. Go on. We'll play. There we go, just traded in for 2 bows right there. Works for me. Balloon platforms. Buried in the snow.
We're pretty close to geoglyphs, so let's examine this area first. Yeah, we're a little far away from the cliff, too. We'll dive out of here comfortably. Fortunately. But at least this says Levy a scout. We'll probably just be riding this back down. Geoglyphs is down there anyway, so. So the question is, what is the point at which we have a circle to stand on? It always takes me far too long to discover, but we are on a natural ledge here. That would be one of the primary candidates. Here we go. That went a lot quicker than the last one, that's for sure. Okay, this is, I believe, going to be the last of the geoglyphs. Let's see it.
Allow me to offer you my deepest apologies. On behalf of the Gerudo, for taking so long to accept your repeated invitations. It is our desire to be accepted into the protective embrace of your kingdom. To serve it faithfully.
A welcome appeal, Ganondorf. I will accept your vow of fealty to the Kingdom of Hyrule. I understand that a single male is born to the Gerudo every 100 years. Receiving such an appeal from you, a hero to his people and a king by birth, well, it is truly reassuring.
I don't know if I
It
trust
is
this guy.
my honor. When your Zonai
Something's
ancestors
familiar
first
about him.
descended upon these lands long, long ago, they must have seemed to be gods. And now you rule as king, and have taken a Hyrulean woman as your wife. Your Majesty has certainly risen above your admirable lineage. Most impressive. It is unfortunate that the noble Zonai no longer grace this world with their presence. All except you and your sister, that is.
Even if something were to happen to me, both my kingdom and the peace it brings, these will endure for generations to come.
We still don't know what's going on with his sister.
Your
From
actions today are
the
appreciated,
scant appearances that
Ganondorf.
she's made.
I look forward to your future endeavors. You may leave.
Your Majesty.
So he's got that good old wind blade. We'll see if we fight him with that eventually.
King Roru, I believe that man's heart holds many dark ambitions. Just his name. Even that. It gives me pause.
I am well aware of his evil nature. For that reason, and others, I want him close. It will be easier to keep an eye on him. There is nothing to worry about.
Okay.
As we discover, there is plenty to worry about. But hey, there's another one down. And lots of cutscenes remaining that we'll have to unlock some other way, I'm sure. Oh, now that's interesting. A tier. Within a tier. I wonder if we have to go to the Forgotten Temple to complete this. Oh, a final glyph. Spiral. Back there, okay. We had seen this one previously, I thought. But maybe... Ah, yes, that's all the way over by Tarrytown. I guess we'll be playing there some more before going to the Depths Adventure. That was also one of the shrines we apparently skipped. Dragon's Tears, a main objective. So yeah, that's going to be something significant. I still think that dragon is probably something like the Transformed Zelda. I mean, there are shenanigans involving time travel. A lot of things could happen. Yeah, so it's in this location. One region unaccounted for. We will, of course, make it back over there at some point. But that's quite a long stretch. I was kind of originally hoping that after this we'd do the depths quickly, but since we're close to 100 shrines, let's maybe do one more shrine, and then we've got so much to do down here too. We've got the last remaining skeleton, which was a big question mark earlier in my file. Yeah, let's see the shrine first. And then I kind of wanted to return to the original Yucca clan base with the Yucca costume just to see what happens. There's a lot that we'd like to get done here. But this is such a massive experience in so many ways. Very difficult to pick and choose our battles. Well, let's stay on this elevation for a moment until we can see what's going on. I'm sure for visibility reasons the shrine was actually quite a ways up, but we'll check it. Well, you were saying earlier that you bet that dragon must have such a headache. Yeah. Absolutely splitting. Anyway, we'll do a long, slow climb up here and get totally distracted by the entirety of this region. That's how it's going to happen. Yeah, we really do need to finally get around to the depths to restock Zone Ido. Okay, this is another boulder golf course thing that we'll deal with in good time. Oh, way out of range. Alright, never mind. Meat's probably pretty lean anyway. So. Where's my rock? Okay, we'll reset the golf course. Gotta hope the Korok's maintained a place for future puzzle solvers. Also, do we ever mark this tower? Yeah. We still have a shrine marked here. How do I not see it then? Or it could have just been an inaccurate ping. A much more distant location. Or it could be something down below. We don't actually know. Hard to tell, it probably is something down below. Not at all subtle as Alphos. Over here. Well, smack it. Sneaky, sneaky. I guess we are, at this point, pretty close to the original Yuga base now. In fact, yeah, that's the Yuga hideout chasm. But why was I so convinced there was a shrine there then? No, that was just a mistag. Well, we've got cave systems galore, we've got underground ruins that we never probably swept. A couple of places where we haven't thoroughly inspected for bubble frogs and the like. Let's say we go down to the Yuga base. could spend all the time coming up here. Seems a shame to leave so soon. That's okay. In general, we know how to come back up, so. And I'm sure we'll eventually be flying around here anyway once we actually have some parts again. Pick up the meat before it freezes. So yeah, we've been here much earlier in the game. Much earlier. Because that time I had entered the Giga base pretty directly. And temperature's not too much of an issue here, so let's just do the gear change. I think the base is mostly emptied out though, but we can still check it. See, this guy just lets me in. Ah, okay, so this is where you can learn Earthquake. And I've got clothing, so. Look, we've done this. Excellent. That is, of course, the point of joining the Yiga clan. We are very, very stylish. That's just how the cult recruitment happens. I feel like we're partly responsible for this. Okay, what kind of trial will I have this time? And we are the Blade Master already, so. Subterranean expansion, yep. Look at that. Got some rank here. Oh, you can buy weapons here too. Not that we're going to do that. Can I show on a map where this place is? Yes. Same as the old place. It's just north of Gerudo Town. The map boundaries are a little different compared to Breath of the Wild, I think, but it's pretty much the same place. Yeah, lots of shops here. Didn't find a set yourself? Yeah. Duplex bows are quite nice. 10 arrows for... Ooh, actually, this is very cost-effective. Relative to what we had seen previously. It's 3.5 an arrow. Might actually do that. A couple of shops. Let's see what else there is. Bananas, of course. True banana man. Yeah, so we've been here. We entered. Did we miss one shop? Oh yes, you can buy parts. Interesting. You can just merge into it for free. $100? No, too expensive. We know they love their spikes though. Yeah, think about the duplex bow. Well, I mean, we've got a couple of bows that we're full on right now, but it's quite nice. And you can actually take a big bundle. It's nice and cheap. Very cost effective. See, membership has its benefits. Wonder what they say to you if you're not a blade master. Anyway, here's the prison. Bananas inside, of course. And look at this. Yeah, I guess you had to finish outfitting this, but this is one spiky thing. Do we need to finish it for him? The Gloom Treasure. Yeah, because if you complete it yourself, then you can put it on auto build. Sell me one? No. Even as a blade master. Bit expensive for me. Let me just fix it for you. Okay, so it doesn't let you. Well, no, I mean, we're not buying this thing for 500, but look, it is a nice design, though. You got lights in front and everything. Basically use it as a chariot to swipe everybody around you. You get a Blade Master discount and everything. Oh, this guy, ooh, it's a sled. A fan-based sled. The Hover Doom. Definitely the Hover Doom.
Oh.
That's not bad. 50 rupees. Well, I mean, I need money first. But yeah, you can basically drive this around in a desert. Now, what is this? Just a control stick. Let's explore some more first. I rather like the Hover Doom. Very situational for the desert, but oh, I wonder if the bananas are still in banana stash. Just like old times. Come on. Notebook. Lightning Helm journal. We have a Lightning Helm though, right? Unless it's not the Vanderbor's helm, but rather... And... yeah, because I guess Rishu's still hanging on to this game. Struck by lightning more times than I can count. Well, you know. That's what happens when you're testing. Okay. Well, where do we get a lightning helm? Unless it's the divine helm that we already have, but I don't think so. I think this might actually be something different. Let's read this again for clues. Yeah. Get off with a fledgling tailor. So let's see if we can find it. Gotta be somewhere around here then. Here at the base. Perhaps. This was also repurposed as a very interesting map in Age of Calamity. This entire area. Top of serving originally as the stealth segment in Breath of the Wild. Okay, what if he lets me through? Maybe this is the lightning helm test area or something. I look an awful lot like Link. Not through this mask, I don't. Gaining ground on top of that tower. Okay. Thing is, we'd already been to the shrine that's at the end of all this. If it's just a shrine. Because we'd already entered the base. From the back end. So I wonder if there's any kind of additional reward for doing this sequence the standard way. Oh, this is totally the lightning helm. You're the Yiga who made Blade Master faster than anyone else in history. Yep, we're getting it. We can start taking down more lightning Gleox too. Can only be handled by those who have been properly trained. Okay, I guess we're gonna have a big fight coming. 3 in under a minute, we can do it. Tell me the rules. Ooh, you get fabric. We'll take that too. 6 for the earthquake. 9 for the lightning helm. Bring it on. We'll need to sell off some more after that. Probably. I mean, we've got decent weapons for this, so let's jump. Let's use a good bow, actually. Take him immediately. Oh, also, yeah, I guess this does consume timer. Oh, okay, you don't get to challenge all 9 right away. That's too bad. I was hoping you could just go for 9 straight away and earn everything, but... Okay, let's do some selling off so we can actually afford this. At our current pace, we'll need to do a bit better for the lightning helm, but... Also, this is totally a bomb location. Well, let's just deal with a bomb for once, I guess. Or with a rock weapon, but no, we're doing it with bomb. And another bomb. I didn't use that many bomb flowers lately, but... Interesting. I didn't even know I'd stocked up so many bomb flowers at this point, but... Yeah, I guess the idea is that you should use a claymore to bust through this. That's okay, we've got bombs to spare. And we'll get more in the depths. So, what do we got? For our trouble. Oh, that's it? Okay. That's barely worth it. That looks like nothing. Or does it? Yeah, I mean, I think it would be more obvious if it were breakable, but... Didn't think so. However... Oh no, that's just an outcropping of what we were already blowing up. Anyway, let's, that was rather too spendy, but that's what happens when you don't reshoot, just spawning right beside you. Oh, whoops. Let's get back out first. We'll do a bit of selling. Wonder if they offer better than usual prices for bananas. I don't think so. Anyway, let's sell some things off. We had mined a lot of gems recently, so we actually have a little bit of wiggle room here. Anyway, we'll try to defeat 6 next. I think we'll scale down to this bow just for a moment. Because we're not too time constrained, I don't want to use my best bow just yet. In fact, going for the central vantage point is probably the best strategy. But we have to use the earthquake technique to really push for time in the third round. But Talus Hammer's almost down. At that pace, we can easily take 9, but we'll need to switch off to another high damage weapon like that. Earthquake manual. Charge attack with no weapons. Very nice. I wonder how we could do it. What if I have to cash it in somewhere to train with it? Like if I need to take it to the Blade Master to do something like that. Executing a charge attack with no weapons. What do we take off my weapons for a moment? I have no weapons. Aha, okay, so you can do it like that. Very nice. It's basically just charge up. Can't really steer it though, it just goes straight. But then you can let go at any point and it goes up. Well, that'll be very durability efficient if we eventually want to use it. However, for the sake of this next battle, I think we'll... Yeah, the two-handers are going to be a little bit slower. Let's do it anyway. Yeah, we're a little behind pace. Okay, well then.
Ah.
Thunder Helm, please. Now the thing is, if you wear your Thunder Helm, you would drop to the skies, so I
Hmm.
guess I would be an even match for that nefarious swordsman, like I suppose so. Lightning Helm. Alright.
Ah.
Wonder if it is upgradable, but
Ah. Ah.
okay, so no more fees. And you can set new records. Great. Well, having beaten this now, let's see. I guess we can proceed here now.
Oh.
More bananas. Notice that they're tied down to banana stash this time for extra security.
Ah.
You're 3 things away from finishing your last quest. Well, congratulations. Then you will be totally guaranteed to be unspoiled on this stream. Probably found over 100 Koroks looking for these things. Well, we'll see about what that is when I get to it. Anyway, supply management, very important part of being a Yiga soldier. There must be something up here, I bet. I bet. Come on, get me through. No, let's check up top. There's gotta be something there. Or maybe not, it's just part of the artwork. But it's ascendable. So I was definitely wondering. You desperately need a spoiler-free guide for this game. It's best unguided. I'm sure you'll do just fine. Yeah, we'll see how much I can do totally unguided.
Oh.
Yeah, I am the one you've heard the stories about. Anyway, the supply room doesn't seem to get me anything else good.
Ah. Oh.
So how do I help? I just go through the back door. But there's just a bed. Yeah, and we've been here previously. So this is not new. Because we just skipped right to that shrine before and we didn't manage to open a door. No, we're not going down now, obviously. Because we know how to approach that base from a different angle, and that's what we'll do, given time. You've done pretty much everything you can find, yeah. No, I totally get that. That, you know, whenever it comes to completion on a map of this scale, and going from 95% to 100% takes longer than everything else simply because you've seemingly checked everywhere already. Yeah, even with Breath of the Wild, I think I was missing 3 quests for the longest time before I finally went back to mop them up, and And I also looked up shrine locations when I was maybe 2 or 3 away. I'm getting all of them. I'm gonna try to do this game unguided, but, you know, totally understand that when it comes to full completion, there does come a point where it seems like you're just running around until something happens. Anyway, we're done with this, so let's go back out into the desert. Yeah, Thunder Helm's going to be amazing against Lightning Gleog. And again, don't know if it's upgradable at all, but given the effect on it, it really doesn't matter. I don't think.
Oh.
Yeah, so if you have no weapon at all, then you can use the technique. But you do have to remove your weapon to try it. You looked up how to start a quest you knew existed but couldn't find the NPC for yet. Oh, you know what? Let's test it out. We can change out our clothes at this point. Totally lightning proof, not that these guys will be the ones to really test it. It's okay. It's a knockback. Doesn't really do that much damage. Alright, let's just smack them. They're former companions. We know that Rishu just blows them up, so we'll do something like that. Headshot would have been better, but, you know. Here we go. Oops. Just a bit close here. What do we break to have room for that stone axe? Oh yeah, that's right, we broke the other Talon's hammer. That's okay, we'll keep it until... Gnarled is going to be much better. Much, much better. Also, we do have a cook pot here in case we want to. It's more of those radish meals or truffle meals going in. It turns out the game was bugged, yeah. Oh, in terms of missing an item that didn't spawn in place or something? That looks like a battle talus. That looks like a battle talus with a rare type, in fact. Let's just do it. After the Korok puzzle. Looks like this might actually be 2 separate pieces. Unless... no, you just need a crate. This structure here. Push it in, come on. There we go. The NPC straight up wasn't spawned in yet. I usually don't presume bugginess, but then there comes a point where that might be the case. I remember I had that in the Splatoon 3 campaign, actually, that we had, you know, a critical object that didn't spawn at one point. Here there was a geoglyph circle that for some reason I'd run around in circles looking for and completely missed. But that was the closest thing to probably that I've had. Oh, let's zap it first. We have defeated this one previously. It's not a particularly special one. But since we're here, maybe I should just break the frost one, because at this point we're losing it anyway, so might as well free up a little bit of space. But other than that, we'll be using this one. And if we grab a talus drop, we'll likely just put it on the normal wooden stick. Yeah, let's just free up some space. That's a big hit. Okay. And yeah, that's not one of the strong ones, as you can see. Even if it matches the local soil. Not a very special talus, but I guess it'll be my go-to hammer weapon. Okay, so I don't know why we marked this as an unsolved Korok, but I think what I'll do, we're going to be logging out fairly soon today, but we'll find an appropriate place. I was originally planning to head down to the depths today, but the Yika contents actually did turn out to be more interesting than I suspected. Eventually, of course, we'll also be going to finish the Dragon's Tears, but that's a long ways away. And I suspect I will actually want to hit the depths first. There are, however, a number of things to do in this region, including bubble frogs that we never finished. We've got the remaining fossil quest over here. We've got something to cash in town with a shopkeeper we rescued or something. Yeah, let's maybe head back to town and call it for today. I had marked a shrine somewhere around here. that we didn't see. So at this point, I assume it was just off target. But we'll perhaps check this area layer by layer, just in case. Also, heat. Totally forgot. We want to deal with these guys, and not really. Oh. Eyeballs are always nice to have. Yeah, silvers are always good to have too. Let's do some crowd control. Oh, there's a... Oh, I see. This one we should bomb. Yeah, sure, let's use this one. Whoop. Hit rather hard. Let's heal up. Haven't done that in a while. Being able to take some hits for once is still something I'm not used to. Given how long we went in this game. Getting one shot for everything. Nice trade. Got hit by lightning without any Metal Gear? Yeah, I've had that happen as well. Usually when standing too close to trees. You got hit by lightning without any Metal Gear. Just like Hideo Kojima. Solid reference, exactly. Sure, I will let you poke. Want to poke? Alright, don't poke. You know, should have actually tested out the lightning helm there, but... that shrine down there we have done, sure. Yeah, let's just head back to town. Bit of a steep drop, though. We've been to all this previously, so I'm not too concerned about it. Swift Violet is quite nice, though. We'll grab that if we can. That was dangerous. We fought this whole area before. I've inspected it pretty carefully. Oh yeah, I guess the idea behind wanting to do an additional shrine was so we could, you know, cash in another set of 4 by the time I went down, but we just didn't wind up finding that, so that's fine. Shocking. I guess if I have the Thunder Helm on, I can actually use the lightning weapons at closer range without worrying too much about shocking myself, which is always a mild concern. Yeah, we'll have lots more to do around here. I've been to the ice house a few times. And the sanctuary, I knew I was missing some entrance in there that we hadn't discovered yet, so we'll have to go back for a bubble frog eventually. I guess stealth elixirs might help for grabbing sand seals. Oh, this totally was Milduga soon. Right? I don't remember. We fought at least 3 different Milduga locations so far. Yeah, I can hear it rumble. It's all the way over there. Next time. Let's just get back to town first. There's something here about a missing shopkeeper. Actually checking a log for once I mentioned that. Isha. Oh, this is the balloon with the kid. Made it all the way here, finally. So we get to see that continuation.
Hi.
Okay, we'll take it.
Ma. Ma.
The reward is a little involved. Interesting.
Ma.
The arms of the 7. Yeah, scimitar of the 7 and a shield. We don't have room for this.
Ma.
That's a lot. But that's okay, we can probably do it. And yeah, we haven't really bought the jewelry because that's a little too much for me. We know we need gems to upgrade those too. They're less of a priority. Although the attack up from the diamond would be nice. It's not the bonus versus ancients that it was in the last game. For obvious reasons. But still very useful. Anyway, yeah, we'll look for the kid who came in with the balloon at some point. But I think we are going to leave off for today. And we'll explore properly. Coming back here for the first time in several weeks. I think so, anyway. And yeah, we'll come back and we'll see some more. Let's find a decent vantage point here. Okay, this looks pretty good. Alright, so thank you so much for joining me today. We'll try to continue as often as possible. Not sure if it's necessarily going to be tomorrow, but we've been pretty good about doing it day to day, so hopefully we can maintain pace. Because I'd certainly like to get more done. Have fun finishing whatever tasks you need completing on your own files. I'm sure those will come soon enough. And we're going to see if we can send you on to somebody else as night falls on Gerudo Town. Thanks so much for watching. Have a great day ahead of you. And until we meet again, as always, fare thee well.